nitrogen? Tradoon. Tradoon.
Dirter.
Tradoon. Tradoon. Tradoon.
Blue is cheap. Blue is cheap.
Welcome to We Sing Dinosaurs. Deinonychus lived in the early Cretaceous period, after Allosaurus and before Tyrannosaurus rex.
One of the most fearsome hunters wasn't big at all. He measured close to 10 feet long and only 5 feet tall. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaws. Deinonychus, with his terrible claws. When they spied a likely foe, they raced to the attack.
I actually really like this song.
With his powerful jaws, Deinonychus, with his terrible
This song
claws. His arms were long to hold his prey, sharp claws were used to grip. But the deadly claw was on his foot, the one he used to rip. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaws. Deinonychus, with his terrible claws. He wasn't a big dinosaur, but still the sound to say. He must have been the very fierce hunter on the shore. Deinonychus, with his powerful jaws. Deinonychus,
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's really good to have you here. Holy cow.
Stinky Winky. They have given 176 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Reaganation, for that gift sub there. And
Very spectacular, spared no expense.
Might Shiny, thank
Mika
you for
Shiny
that
gifted
too.
a tier 1 sub
What
to
you doing?
Savastekaila. This is
Good
their
stuff.
first gift sub
Might
in the
Shiny,
channel.
thank you for that gift sub. Helping us with our sub goal, we've got, oh man, got a long way to go, but I'll also be streaming tomorrow too, so we'll see if we get there. And Spartan,
You can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Yes,
Paleo
indeed.
Wildlife Move,
Holy
Paleo
cow,
Science, Paleo
Spartan.
Science Shake.
Really appreciate that. Thank you for the 43 months, now at tier 3, Spartan. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it. Holy cow. It's wonderful to have you here. And thank you, MJ Builds, for those 5 gift subs 4 minutes ago. I really appreciate that, MJ Builds. And thank you, Might Shiny, for your resubscription at tier 2. 16 minutes ago. I appreciate it, Might Shiny. If anybody's here for the very first time, then allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. I work on dinosaur fossils, in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. Most paleontologists don't work on dinosaurs. They work on all kinds of other fossil critters, from fossil plants to plankton, amphibians to mammals. And, you know, dinosaurs are in there too. We're just the tip of the iceberg, though. We're definitely in a minority within the paleontological community, even though we get a lot of the attention as people who study dinosaurs. But, yeah, anyway. 5 days a week, I'm talking dinosaurs here on Twitch.
MJ Builds gifted a tier 1 sub to Moobot.
Thank you, MJ Builds,
They have given
for gifting
41
Moobot.
gift subs in the
I
channel.
appreciate that, MJ Builds. Thank you. Good stuff. Yeah, I talk dinosaurs 5 days a week here on Twitch. I study dinosaurs. I publish on dinosaurs in the scientific literature. I dig up dinosaurs during the summers. If you were here with us last summer, then you may have witnessed this live. Here we go. I was out in the field in Utah and Wyoming this past summer.
Second year at this quarry. Found some very cool stuff last summer. We had to wrap things up in mid-August.
There we go.
Yep, all right. Excellent. Perfect. Thank you. Well, welcome everybody to Paleontologizing. It's really good to see you here today. Happy Sunday to you. Hope you're having a good weekend so far, or whatever time it is, wherever you're watching. Whether it's live or later on in the VOD or on YouTube or whatever. It's great to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist.
I already said all this stuff.
Streaming to you
didn't
live
Yeah.
from eastern Utah right now. There's our quarry with our crew in there. We're going to go join them in a second. But, hello, everybody. It is great to have you here. And,
So, yeah, during these streams, I'm in the field digging up dinosaurs live, answering your questions, trying to give you kind of a unique...
something that we have to worry about that much.
...science outreach experience here. Trying to show you firsthand, not just tell, but show you how we dig up dinosaurs. And, yeah, we're going to be doing even more of that this next summer. Ethan Cowgill right here. I spoke with him on the phone yesterday for a good while.
Oh, awesome. Very nice. Yeah.
And we're going to be out in the field in Wyoming again at the end of May. I'm going to be broadcasting as often as I can, live from the field, provided that the satellite internet and everything works. So, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, and there's Fisher and Ken and Assistant Utah State Paleontologist Don DeBlue right there. What was he showing us?
Oh, by the way, yeah, can I show the camera real quick? Yeah. Thanks. We had a yellow-headed blackbird in camp this morning, apparently. I've seen exactly one bird so far in the past week here in this valley. It was a hummingbird this morning.
Yellow-headed blackbird.
That's awesome.
I've never seen that bird in my life. Wow.
I don't think I have either. Yeah.
It was really striking.
Not a lot of birds out there. It's wild to be in a place where the non-avian dinosaurs outnumber the avian dinosaurs. That's this particular valley here. Anyway, we're going to be back there, it looks like, from mid-July to mid-August this year. And I'll be live streaming almost every day, if luck holds out. Anyway, it's good to have you here, everybody. And let me know if you've got any questions or anything. We've actually got one question from Hybrid Robotics that I want to go over real quick, and it has to do with our topic for the day. Hybrid Robotics says, is there a dinosaur that our wolves and dogs are descended from? No. The answer is no, because wolves and dogs are mammals, so they're on a completely different branch on the tree of life than dinosaurs. Here, check it out. Oh, and my stream closed captioner, let me turn that on too. There, testing. Stream closed captioner is go. Here we go. What is a dinosaur and what isn't? I feel like every day I pull up this handy chart here. Dinosaurs begin right here. In order to be a dinosaur, you have to have descended from the dinosaurian ancestor. That's literally the definition of a dinosaur. It has to have descended from this ancestor. The way that we classify living things as scientists is based on their ancestry. You have to be a descendant of that ancestral critter to be part of that critter's group, like that. So mammals are over here. So way back at the origin of Amniota, these are all non-amphibian tetrapods. These are creatures that ancestrally laid eggs on land, on dry land here. You've got a major split that happens right at the beginning. You've got the synapsids and the sauropsids, the mammals and the reptiles. So this split occurred pretty much immediately after the evolution of amniotes. Round about, what would this be? This would be like 380 million years ago or something like that. You had that split in amniota between the mammals and the reptiles. So, mammals are over here, including dogs and wolves. The only dinosaurs that are around today, the only modern descendants of dinosaurs are, of course, the birds, represented here by a magpie. Birds are the only dinosaurs that are still around today, that are still living. They're the only dinosaurs to have survived that asteroid impact and the surviving environmental devastation. Yeah, and we'll be talking about that today. There's a special topic today. Today is an obscure holiday called Everything You Think Is Wrong Day. And so we're taking this opportunity to talk about misperceptions, misconceptions, myths, and misnomers, and things that people get wrong about dinosaurs. We're going to try and correct the record a bit today. And I hope you're ready for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. And that is one of the one of the most common misperceptions, one that I wrote down for today to go over, is This idea that there are all kinds of different descendants of dinosaurs today. Not true. Birds are the only ones. Not alligators, not Komodo dragons, not crocodiles or tuatara or snapping turtle or anything else. None of those are dinosaurs. The only dinosaurs that are still around today in living form are birds. So we'll be talking about that too. Anyway, great question there, Hybrid Robotics. I appreciate that. Yeah. But yeah. And Lenina, it's Fisher with no C. No C. Let me go through chat real quick and say hi to everybody. We've already lost the very top of chat, but we just cruised through here. We've got Neilf and Geoloxa. We've got Science Streams. How are you doing, Valent? Welcome, welcome. We've got Lenina. Thank you for everything you do, Lenina. It's good to see you. Fall Machine. Howdy. It's good to have you here. MJ Builds and Matt M33. Charlie's Dragon. And Creatrix Brit. How you doing, Brit? We've got Stinky Winky and Nathaniel Soar. Hello. We've got, let's see, Might Shiny and Rachel Darling Endeavors. Welcome back, Rachel. It's good to see you. Grim Deviant and Reagan Nation. Morgoth D Wizard. And Savas the Kyler. How are you doing, Savas? Welcome to Paleontologizing. They say, wow, I'm going to love it here, I think. I hope so. Welcome to the channel. Let me know if you've got any questions. Questions are the bread and butter of these streams. That's the majority of really what we do here. My whole vision for this channel is to be interactive science outreach, you know? I strive to be your friendly neighborhood paleontologist. Ask me whatever questions you've got, and I'll give it to you straight. Because everybody's got questions about dinosaurs, about the fossil record, about the history of life on our incredible planet Earth, about extinction and evolution, and what it all means. Why it's relevant to your everyday life. That's what I'm here to talk to you about. So let's get into it. Welcome, Savas. Let's see, who else have we got? MS Coggins, hello. I hope you're ready for the weekend. Happy Friday to you too, MS Coggins. Mr. Maxi, it's good to see ya. That Texas Cryptid, welcome. Our favorite Texas Cryptid. Glad you're back. And Savas says, hey man, I just discovered your channel, and I'm honestly still in shock a paleontology-related channel exists. Yeah, I can't wait to find out all kinds of interesting stuff. I'm so glad you're here, Savas. I'm so glad you're here. Yeah. And you got a gifted sub too? That makes me happy. That's excellent. We've got quite the generous community here, and I hope you feel right at home in it. Enjoy not having to watch the ads. Good stuff. Yeah, Phoenix the Archaeologist, how are you doing? It is good to have you here. Yeah. And Sava says, you have no idea how much of a dino nerd I was as a kid. I wanted to be Nigel Marvin when I grew up. Awesome. I've got a friend who used to work with Nigel Marvin. He was on set for the making of Prehistoric Park. I have that right? Not Prehistoric Planet. Not Prehistoric Kingdom. Prehistoric Park. Yeah. Denver Fowler was the like scientific consultant on Prehistoric Park. He was my old crew chief back in Montana. Golganek, have I said hello to you yet? Welcome back, as always, Golganek. It's so good to see you. I hope your weekend is off to a good start. It's good to see you, Golganek. Mr. Knight, the IT guy, hello to you. I'm glad you could make it as well. I hope you're having a good day. And Eldrasaur says hi. Hi to you too, Eldrasaur. And Rachel Darling Endeavor says it's so good to see you, Daddy. Feelings mutual, Rachel. So I'm happy you were here. Happy Friday. Right back at you, Rachel. Thank you. Welcome. We're gonna have a fun stream. It's gonna be an easygoing one. A little loosey-goosey today. I just got back from San Francisco a little while ago. I was visiting my friend Snail Chaser there. He's still kind of settling into his new apartment, and but yeah, he really likes his new neighborhood, and things are good. But man, holy cow, did I walk a long way today. I got up at 6 this morning so I could go catch the ferry across San Francisco Bay, go into the city, and I walked like 5 miles to get there, and yeah, here, check that out. How far have I walked today? 9.7 miles today. Yeah. So yeah, slightly tired, but it's a beautiful day, and it's such a privilege to be able to go out and walk and just experience the beauty of the Bay Area. But yeah. And Savas, you've got DVDs of Dinosaur Park series? Oh, very nice, yeah. No, Prehistoric Park is what we're talking about, yeah. An interesting salamander. Biblical people about the evolution of sexually selected characters in male flower beetles reduces female fitness. The introduction of natural predation pressures in the form of male-specific predation increases female fitness. It's a really cool paper. How do they define fitness in that paper, Salamander? They don't mean it. Fecundity is not a synonym for fitness in that paper, is it? Because that's something that ever since I heard Kevin Padian talk about this, this idea that fitness just means the number of offspring that you leave. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And Rebel Decibel says, can you show what a publication looks like? Just scroll through it. You bet, Rebel Decibel. I actually just got an email back from some authors that I had contacted. I'm not there. That's not it. Hang on. Oh wait, where is that? Oh, I don't know if I actually have it yet. Shoot. Well, we'll take a look at another paper. There's a new ornithopod that was just described from Argentina, and I didn't have access to the paper, so I emailed the authors to see if I can get a PDF, and they didn't actually have a proper PDF either. But here, I'll show you the paper that we were looking at with Balint on Wednesday night. First, Edentulus and Antiornithine from the Lower Cretaceous G-hole avifauna. This is a pretty typical example of like what a scientific paper looks like in the field of vertebrate paleontology. So there you go. A lot of text, some figures. We've got a nice cladogram right there, like an evolutionary family tree. And yeah, and then all the references right there. But yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Glued with Gold, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. I dig that science emote you've got. Hi, right back at you, Glued with Gold. Howdy. Yeah. And did Ethan open the list? He did. He emailed me an updated URL for that. So, yeah. An interesting sloppy salamander. Wait, I don't want to get sidetracked right now, but there are some scientists who would disagree with that definition of fitness. Yeah. And from Lenina, 2 hours to complete yesterday's Minnesota. Thank you, Golganek and Lenina. Yeah. And Rebel Decibel says, how much of such papers do you read daily or weekly? I probably read a couple papers every day. Yeah. Sometimes I'll read the whole thing cover to cover. Oftentimes I'll just read the abstract. I probably read 6 or 7 abstracts every day, at least. But I'll kind of skim maybe 2 or 3 papers like that every day. Yeah. But let me get that email from Ethan with the new link. Let me make sure it doesn't dox him, because he was concerned about that. Alright, Salt Lake City is fine. That works. Doesn't have an address. No, we're good. We're good. Yeah. Excellent. Let's update our command there. There we go. Try the second one there, the most recent one there in the chat. And let me know if it works. Yeah. As we go to dig up more dinosaurs in Wyoming, starting at the end of May, we need some supplies for that. A lot of our funding is already taken care of, which is awesome. We've got some wonderful, generous, angelic benefactors who are funding our fieldwork this year. So what we really need is some of this gear. And so if you would like to help contribute, there are lots of opportunities to do that. Oh, and holy cow, this one's already... Yes, very nice. That one's already done? Beautiful. Yeah. But yeah. Good stuff. And yeah, Salamander, remind me about that. Or you know what? I'll give you a link about that, Salamander. It's from a video, actually. There we go. Yeah.
Finicky about it. He wanted to explain sexual dimorphism. He wanted to explain odd, bizarre...
So this is a talk by Kevin Padian.
That's great.
So you guys don't have to, if you're crowding in the doorways.
If there's somebody who wants to come up in the middle.
Jim doesn't bite much.
It's just a little.
That's right. It's okay, good. First of all, thank you.
So Kevin Padian right here.
What a great...
Paleontologist from just down the road in Berkeley, California.
Everybody here, what a strong, amazing institution. Man, this place rocks, doesn't it? I mean, Michael can't say because he's the director, but come on, this place rocks. And it's, I'm not going to tell you what to think about sexual selection. I'm not going to tell you I'm right or other people. I want to tell you what people think.
There's the link there for you, Salamander.
What Darwin meant by sexual selection when he invented it, why he invented it, why he wrote a book called The Descent of Man and Selection in Relation to Sex, which does not seem to follow for most people. And I want to do this in order to put an historical perspective on a topic that, when you read the literature, it sometimes gets pretty confusing. And I want to explain why it might be confusing. Feel free to argue with me. If you walk out of here and I haven't convinced you of anything, I don't care. I just want to show you some of the background on this, because I got into this because I was looking at people writing about sexual selection in extinct animals, and I didn't understand what they were talking about. I didn't understand how they thought they could say that. So this is a dinosaur. Everybody knows that, right? Okay, we're good with that.
Birds are dinosaurs. We'll be talking about this today too. Yeah. Didn't give you the option to leave a note? Oh, Lenina, that's disappointing. Shoot.
Okay, that's a dinosaur.
For certain items, it won't give you that option, but I'd be more than happy to to relay a message to Ethan for you.
Dinosaur too. And when you saw the weird structures on that peacock, sexual selection comes...
The link is working, Salamander, yeah.
But here, when you see these bizarre structures on these dinosaurs, a lot of paleontologists have said, oh, that must be for sexual selection too. And I thought, wait. How do they know this? What are we doing with this, and how do we test these ideas? Can we even test these ideas in old dead critters?
And so anyway, this is a really cool talk. I hope you enjoy it, Salamander. Yeah. I remember Denver Fowler actually recommending that talk to me as well. Yeah. So anyway, back to the wish list. This is all gear that we are, will be needing when we're digging up dinosaurs in Wyoming. I threw this on there too, a label maker, so that maybe we can label some of these different items. Yeah, maybe with the names of people who had donated them. We had that suggestion from chat, and I need to, you know what? I'm gonna email Ethan about that right now, actually. Yeah. It works. I'll say to Ethan. Yeah. So I put it in my chat commands list so anyone can access it while they watch the live streams. Oh, and I added a label maker to the wish list. Someone in chat recommended that we label the items with screen names or first names. So that our crew knows who to thank. Should make folks be a little more enthusiastic about donating. Alright. Sent. Excellent. Yeah. Does the maker come loaded? I think it does, Risa Dego. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And there you go, Lenina. I know, right? He's gonna come home to a porch load of packages, and his partner's gonna be like, what? Yeah. Hope Java enjoys the boxes at least. I think they will. I can't remember if Java's a he or a she, the little cat. But we actually got to spend some time with Java before we left for the field.
Make sure that thing on the stove goes up.
You bet.
Hey.
Yeah. There's Omar, who is visiting us from Morocco.
Right now.
This is before we left for the field last summer.
Omar, would you like to introduce yourself? Say hello to everybody real quick.
Yeah. Hello. It's Omar from Morocco, from North Africa, and I'm here to participate in a conference about Mesozoic ecosystems, and I will participate with an oral presentation here, and I'm so happy to be here and
Omar's such a good guy. Really enjoyed spending time with him.
Oh, but I'm so happy and so glad to be here in Salt Lake City.
Yeah.
And,
Hey, Confused Echidna, welcome back. Good to see you.
In the USA.
This is Omar's first time in the United States, so please everyone say welcome to Omar, and people are already saying hello to you there. Yeah. Awusa says half of my family was born in Morocco.
Oh, yeah.
Very cool. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Well, I'm so glad.
Yeah.
I'm Danny.
There's.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Hope you had a good drive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is Omar from Morocco.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm Lauren.
This is Michael.
There's Lauren there, and she's holding Java the cat. So this is a fun little stream that we did before we left for a pre-conference field trip. We were making sandwiches for
We're live right now.
for a bunch of paleontologists and geologists.
Hello, world.
Yeah. So how many days? We've got what? 4 days left? 3 days left for the fundraiser?
I think 4, yeah.
Yeah. So we're
It's gone phenomenally well.
Yeah, yeah, but there is still time to give. Holy cow! If you haven't
Really
heard
love
about
this stream.
this,
It was a fun one,
somebody
Lenina.
type
Yeah.
in exclamation mark give command.
We just
and
did this
that'll
on a
give you
whim.
Good idea of what's going on here. Let me adjust our volume and see if this is this better or worse. Everyone, I'm turning the volume up. Twitch loves cat.
And Wood, 4 months of support right there. I really appreciate that, Wood. Thank you for that. Welcome back. It's good to see you.
Tribune.
But yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Let's...
That's for sure.
Twitch knows Java.
Yeah, she showed up in during our fundraiser stream. Yeah.
Sure, by the way.
Oh, thanks.
Have
Yeah.
the same one.
Is that a Polaroid that
I
Lauren
just
just
saw
took?
this for
Nice.
the first time yesterday.
How'd you like it?
I loved it. Holy cow. Yeah.
Phenomenal.
There also, that was a ton of fun.
So there's Ethan there in the foreground.
Did they do like the tour with you?
Oh, look at Java. Yeah.
Maybe first.
She does
Please.
that out of love. I promise.
I believe we've got some close-ups of Java in a little bit. Anyway, this is Lauren's place in Salt Lake, and I think Ethan has since moved in with her. So he's living here now, too. Let's get a close-up on Java there. There she is.
Yeah, so for the last 10 to be 10. Oh, we're out?
Oh,
Sweet. That's perfect. We were only one short.
yeah.
Nice, that's perfect. So we'll have 11.
You can hear the purring.
She's meant for this. You just need to take her to Green River with you.
Paleo cat.
Oh.
Yeah.
You have a good ace.
It's adorable.
There's a cat that lives outside of our outside of the BLM office.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
She's got ears for days. I know, right?
cat.
Mad cat.
Nat.
Hey.
And the lab manager's like, no, don't pay for that. I was like, I'm sorry, it's the first cat I've seen in Kanab.
Yeah.
She is an Oriental, I think. Confused Kidney, yeah. Very spirited.
And let's see, did I?
Anyway, so yeah, any items that you purchase off of the wish list, the boxes that those items come in, will probably be played in by Java the cat. She, like most cats, I think loves boxes. So, yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Oh, interesting, Charlie Dragon. Okay, cool. Yeah. Now, before we get into our main topic of discussion for today, before we get into, like, dinosaur misconceptions and stuff like that, I think we should jump into Metazoa, first of all. Let's get that done right now. Let's do some Metazoa here. Before it expires in an hour 35 minutes. If you've not seen this before, this is a really neat kind of like daily animal guessing game. You're gonna try and guess the mystery animal of the day by typing in animals into this box, and then it will show you. It'll basically build an evolutionary family tree that matches the evolutionary family tree that we as scientists have discovered about how different animals are related to one another. And we kind of use that as a clue for narrowing it down and finding out what the mystery animal is. And so what I usually like to do is to start off with a placental mammal, because I know the game does seem to be kind of heavily tilted toward placental mammals. So give me the name of a rhino, Sporky. I like that. Let's start off with a rhino. Rhinoceros, which is a kind of perissodactyl, an odd-toed ungulate. They're related to horses and tapirs, and oh boy. Okay. It's not a perissodactyl. It's not a boreoeutherian. It's not even a mammal. It's some kind of amniote, though, which gives us some interesting clues. Let me show you what an amniote is. Let's jump to animals first on our tree of life. Metazoa is the clade name for amnimals. Hence metazoa. Some play on that. Anyway. Mammals are over here. Or, no, sorry, amniotes. Amniotes are a kind of vertebrate animal. Amniotes are all of the tetrapods that are not amphibians. So we've got tetrapods here. And you've got amphibians, which were the first tetrapods to evolve. Strictly speaking, amniotes might actually be a kind of amphibian, but these are, it's a clade within that. So amniota are critters that originally laid their eggs on land. Some amniotes have developed to no longer lay eggs on land. Opossums are a good example. So are lemurs. Yeah. But their ancestors did lay eggs on land. That's why they're amniotes. Classification in science is all about ancestry. And so, we know that, coming off of amniota, we've got two extant groups. You've got mammals right here, the synapsids, and then you've got sauropsids up here. Sauropsids are reptiles, including snakes and crocodilians. Lizards and turtles and birds are also a kind of reptile. Birds evolved from dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are reptiles. That makes birds reptiles. Does that make sense? And so we know it's some kind of sauropsid just by the numbers. It's probably going to be, an archelosaur, an archosaur. It's probably going to be a bird just by the numbers. There's so many species of birds. How many species of birds?
Over 9,000!
A lot. Give me the name of a bird, chat. A neonate bird. So please no ostriches, or cassowaries, rheas, tinamous, emus, etc. Gojira says starling. That's a good one. That's a good one. Good one. And they don't have it. We'll try penguin from Confused Echidna. Let's try emperor penguin. And, okay. It is within Sauria, but it's not a bird. Sauria is the clade containing the most recent common ancestor of Archosauria and Lepidosauria, and all its descendants. Interesting! I think I might know what it is now. I think I might know what it is. Sauria? Oh wait, no, shoot, I don't, because it also includes turtles. I thought maybe it was a Tuatara, but that would be Lepidosauria. So, we gotta back up a little bit. It is a saurian, but it is not a... Wait, most recent common ancestor of Archosauria and Lepidosauria and all its descendants. Okay, it could still be a lizard. In fact, what we can tell here is that it's not a bird, it's not a crocodilian, it's not gonna be a turtle, it's going to be some kind of lepidosaur, which tells me it's going to be a lizard or a snake or the Tuatara. I'm not going to guess Tuatara because that'll probably be a wasted guess. The odds of it being Tuatara are very low because it's only one living species. But you've got over 10,000 species of lizards and snakes. Squamates. It's gonna be within this clade, so give me the name of a lizard or a snake, chat. And Science Grandmaster, this is indeed a website. Yeah, this is called onezoom.org. We've got a link right here. There you go. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Here, let me try and be smart about this. The critter that we guess here, like, we can try and minimize our number of guesses by picking certain end branches of different clades. If we pick something a little bit more derived, like a snake, let's try sea snake here, and see if that gets us. Okay, it is a kind of snake, but it is not a sea snake. We're 3 guesses in, and I feel like we're almost there. This is good. We've only got 17 remaining guesses, but something tells me we're gonna make it. Yeah. So we have the snakes. So, let's jump to sea snakes here because we guessed sea snake. And sea snakes are, I guess, a pretty derived clade there. Yeah, sea snakes by the seashore. She sells sea snakes. Okay. More and more sea snakes. And then we get these snakes. Okay, so. We guessed sea snake, and it's like, nope, but it is a snake. It's within Serpentes, but it's not a sea snake. Let's try boa constrictor. Boas, I think, are fairly basal, but we'll give it a shot. Oh boy, we're getting close. Henophidia, not familiar with this clade, but it says Henophidia is this former superfamily of the suborder Serpentes snakes. And Procyon, thank you for those 21 months of support. I really appreciate that, Procyon. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Boa constrictor. So, Henophidia includes boas, pythons, and numerous other less well-known snakes. Let's look up this clade, here. And they don't have that, so let's try boa. Boa constrictors are up here. There we go. Boa constrictors. Let's go up until we find... I guess they don't have Henophidia as a clade. So let's just look that up on Wikipedia. Yeah. Alright, it includes red pipe snakes, boas, dwarf boas, or thunder snakes. Shield-tailed snakes, a bunch of snakes I've never heard of. Sunbeam snakes? Oh man, that would be a cool band name. Hello, Bakersfield! We're the Sunbeam Snakes! You know, I could totally hear that. We're the Sunbeam Snakes! Yeah. So, what this is telling me here is that our critter is not a boa. It's not going to be a rainbow boa, beguiling fangs, although good guess. Because if it were, it would tell us, it would have, you know, family boa day here. It's not. It's a wider group than that. This game works by telling you the most exclusive clade that includes your guess and the mystery animal. And if it were a boa, you would say boidae right here. It would be more specific. But no, it's Henophidia, which is like a superfamily of snakes. And so basically what we can do here is just kind of go up this list and see how many of these different snakes are actually included in the game. Because I'm guessing it's going to be very few of these are actually included. We know it's not boidae, so we can cross that one off the list. I don't think they're going to have things like Asian pipe snakes or Mexican burrowing snakes. But they will have pythons, I bet. We've got two to choose from, the Burmese python or the green tree python. What should we go with, chat? What do you think? Burmese python or the green tree python? Should we do a poll? Yeah, let's do a poll, Lenina. I like that idea. There we go. Green tree python? Or Burmese python? Burmese python. Green tree python. And start poll. Let's... Okay. Oh, green tree python's winning so far. Oh, nope. It's neck and neck. Let's see. Hey, Warzone Warrior, welcome back. Good to have you here. Yeah. Green tree python is winning so far. Oh, Burmese python is catching up with 30 seconds to go. Burmese python has taken the lead by the scales of its nose. Let's see here. 10 seconds left. Burmese python still winning, still winning. Oh, no, it's even. It's neck and neck. Snake and snake. Burmese python inches ahead. And it's Burmese python by 1 vote. By the shed of its skin. There you go, Gimpleg. Yeah. Yeah.
We came in search of dinosaurs, but we bit off more than we could chew.
Up. Dyson Dinosaur, welcome back.
5 raiders should have taken a smaller bite.
How are you doing? How was your stream, Dyson Dinosaur? Howdy, howdy. I'm glad you're here. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Tell me how your stream went. We're in the middle of Metazoa right now. I think we've probably figured out what it is, but we'll get to this in a second. First, I'd like to welcome you, Dyson Dinosaur and Raiders. I hope you had a wonderful stream. It's good to have you here. Today, when we're done with Metazoa in just a moment here, we are going to be talking about misconceptions about dinosaurs. Today is apparently something called Everything You Think Is Wrong Day. So we're talking about things that people think about dinosaurs that are wrong. It's going to be a fun stream. Yeah. And what is a metazoan? $1 billion question. There you go, Dyson Dinosaur. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I hope you had a wonderful stream, Dyson Dinosaur. It's good to see you. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Back to one Zoom, or back to, rather, Metazoa, and we held a poll, and Burmese python won with 53% of the vote, won by 1 vote. It's a real squeaker there. So let's try Burmese python, and let's see if that's it.
Hold on to your butts.
No. wasn't Burmese python, which... It means it's got to be a green tree python. And it is. Oh, chat, you led me astray. But we got it. We got it in 6 guesses, which is not great, but it's not awful. You know? Green tree python. They are very pretty snakes. Let's see if we can watch a little video about them real quick here. And there we go. Green tree python from Discovery. Let's take a look at this.
This green tree.
Ooh. They changed their ontogeny, their coloration? Huh. Interesting. That's so cool. It's like a mosaic here. You know, like mosaic tile in the subway. It's beautiful. Yeah. Huh. That's not red. That's black. Huh. What does the text say? The zoo, the adults are fed every 10 to 14 days. Baby pythons are fed every 5 to 7 days. Huh. And salamander, I don't know if there's an order of priority for that. I'm not sure. Like a lure. Ooh. Very cool. South American emerald tree boa looks very similar. It bears live young. Green tree pythons lay eggs, which is really interesting, like the diversity of different reproductive strategies in different snakes. There's a lot of like plasticity there in different snake clades, how they bear their young. Really cool. Yeah. Pretty neat. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. But yeah. In like less than an hour and a half, we'll be, well, hour 15 minutes. We'll have another metazoo to take a look at. So yeah. Yeah. And the red ones. Oh yeah, very nice. Beguiling fangs. Very nice. red indeed. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Now, the subject of today's stream, our main topic for the day, comes from an obscure holiday, day of note, whatever you want to call it. Everything You Think Is Wrong Day, March 15th, which is, of course, today. March 15th. What is this about? What does it mean? Why does it have any pertinence at all whatsoever to dinosaurs? Let's take a look.
Welcome to March 15th on the National Day calendar. No one is right 100% of the time. Today, we pause to consider just how much we don't know. It's also a good day to scroll on by those social media posts that you would normally be tempted to correct. What goes around comes around, and you may just get
What if the holiday is wrong? It is, Oscar Juniors.
Besides,
Yeah.
it's a burden in life to be a know-it-all. So just for today...
Oh, and hang on a minute. Dyson Dinosaur says, question from outside US Twitch. Are there other science channels you would suggest to follow? Absolutely, Dyson Dinosaur. Yeah, Science Streams, Volcano Doc, Moo Hoodles, Nerduino, Rocket Sage. We actually had a special TwitchCon panel about doing science on Twitch. And hang on, why is that private? That shouldn't be private. Public. There we go.
And now I stream on Twitch and try and get people jazzed about science.
Here we go. This is from Science Streams' channel.
We're curious, not judgmental.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Scientific Method. My name is Veronica Ripley. I go by Nicotine online, and I'm extremely excited to bring to you today.
Majestic Bit, you were at TwitchCon? Shoot. Well, we had an awesome panel this year.
Everyone here in just a second, but I want to give a big thank you to all of you for coming. So thank you. We're going to introduce all of these lovely scientists here at the table, and once we learn everybody's names, we're going to go a little more in depth into what their content and careers are like. So, without further ado, down the list.
Well, let's skip this jabroni.
Why don't you go right ahead?
Sure. I'm Danny Anduza. I stream on Twitch.
Yeah, burm. Yeah.
First,
There's Balint.
Thank everyone for coming out today and for Twitch for giving us this opportunity to talk about the importance of science on an educational platform that's usually used for games. My name is Balint. I'm actually 1/3 of Science Streams. I'm an ant geneticist. We run the channel with my wife, who's also a molecular biologist, and our 9-month-old daughter.
There's Volcano Doc there.
My name is Dr. Melissa Scruggs. I'm Volcano Doc everywhere, and I study the chemistry of magmas and try to understand what makes volcanoes erupt. I am so appreciative of Twitch just for existing and giving us this space, but also for all of you. If you're not new, or if you're new to me or never met me before, I would have not been able to finish my PhD without my Twitch community and everybody's support and encouragement, and I'm just so appreciative of all of you guys for coming today.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Cephalene.
Hi everyone, I'm Mahoodles.
Mahoodles.
I do a lot of variety on my stream. Usually we talk about outer space and astrobiology. Sometimes I dabble into other things and video games, but we'll be getting into that soon. And yeah, I'm really stoked that we have a panel here. I think science outreach on Twitch is really important, and it's something I've been doing a really long time. So thank you all so much for being here. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, Mahoodles has been doing this for like close to a decade now. She got partnered this past year, and she's really blown up. It's excellent.
My background is in space and astronomy.
There's Nerduino.
But I also want to just thank everyone for showing up to this panel, and hopefully we can express some of the excitement that we feel for streaming science on Twitch and educational content.
So it was tough putting this panel together, not because we don't have a lot of cool science people on Twitch. We absolutely do. It was just trying to narrow it down that proved difficult. I had this idea to put the panel together, and I was able to rope Balint into this. And right here, and Balint was really, really instrumental in making this happen. I wrote the proposal and sent it in to the Twitch higher-ups, and they approved it. And then we had to find 3 other panelists out of a bunch of different possibilities. Rocket Sage was not going to be there. Freckled Science, I think, had stopped streaming at that point. I think she might still be on hiatus as she finishes her PhD. Hopefully she comes back. But we also had Astro Canuck, which we were thinking about, and I didn't know that he was going to be at TwitchCon. But Astro Canuck, we get a shout out for him as well. And here, I can do it if let's see. Here. There we go. There's also Astro Alexandra. We've got a lot of science. We've got a lot of space science people here. Astro Alexandra. There we go. She's new to Twitch, actually. She's really big on TikTok right now, but she's recently come to this platform and she's done a lot of cool stuff. The Pacific Plankton, of course, Fall Machine. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Yeah, and let's see. Dr. WD40. Yeah. We've got a bunch of cool people who are doing science here on Twitch, and it's growing, and that's really, really exciting. This is such a wonderful platform for science outreach, and we kind of talked about that throughout the rest of this panel. It was a ton of fun, and feel free to watch it if you'd like to. There's me talking about my stuff. There's Balint talking about his stuff. Here's a link right here. Yeah. Good stuff. And Cephalime says, I'm kind of surprised Twitch themselves didn't reach out to you guys to do a science panel. It's great publicity for the platform. They didn't know. Cephalime, there's not that many people who work at Twitch. And there are so many different people who stream. One thing that I was consistently surprised by during TwitchCon in October was just when I would talk with people who worked at Twitch workers, members of Twitch staff, and I would say, yeah, well, I stream paleontology on Twitch, fossil science. And they go, oh, what category is that in? And I'd go, well, the science and technology category. And they'd go, we have a science and technology category? It's not very well known, you know? Science and technology is one of the smaller broad categories on Twitch. So, yeah, here, let's look right here at the science and technology category. We actually have some decent... Wow, we've got a few things going on here, actually, right now, which is nice. The First Inspires Robotics Competition. They're doing some cool stuff on here. But, look, there's us right there. Yeah, 178 viewers. For the entire category, how many people are watching right now? how many viewers are there total for science and technology? This is probably way, way, way more than is usual. Oftentimes, I will be at the very top of the list when it's categorized by view count. It'll often be like maybe 200 people watching science and technology in general, you know? Contrast that with, say, I don't know, just chatting. You've got a tremendous number of viewers for this. 446,000 people watching right now. As opposed to science and technology, 4,000 people, which is like probably about 10 times higher than what it usually is. We're seeing unusually high viewership for science and technology right now. But it's still like 1/100th the size of the just chatting category. So yeah. So this really that is awesome, Salamander. Yeah, that we've got that many people watching right now, and it's because of these First Inspires robotics competitions. 573 viewers there, 320 there, 271, 267, 237, 234, 199. And we're actually beating this one that's got 150. Or 124, 141, yeah. But anyway, the thing is, when I would run into people at TwitchCon and say that, yeah, I'm a paleontologist, I stream fossil science here on Twitch, a lot of people go, I had no idea that Twitch had anything like that. And Twitch has science going on? And that was the reason why I wanted to put together this panel. Is that I wanted to help get the word out about that. And I think we were actually really successful. We got to meet some of the folks from NASA, and there might be something cool coming out of that, too. We got to meet some of the Twitch staff, and the ball is rolling to really kind of help grow the science community here on Twitch. People like Science Streams and Moohoodles, they've actually gotten on the front page of Twitch recently, and that's really raised their profile significantly. They've had a lot more viewers. They're really getting the word out about science on Twitch, which is awesome. So we're trying to make it happen here, you know? And I appreciate all of you being here and helping make that happen through your viewership and your enthusiasm and your support. Like you, Victorious. Well.
A new species of subscription appears through anagenetic change as S. ordunius is succeeded by S. ordojuum.
Victorious, thank you for the 21 months of support. That is some anagenetic change, non-branching evolution there. Good stuff, Victorious. Thank you for keeping me online for the past 21 months with your support. Thank you for supporting science here on Twitch. Good stuff. But yeah. Anyway. And Sporky says we just need a big just chatting streamer to raid someone in science and tech. I mean, we'll see, Sporky, we'll see. Occasionally I'll do that. I'll go kind of jump into someone's chat and post some dinosaur emotes in there and engage in conversation. And yeah. Oh, anyway. Fall Machine says there's a just chatting section on Twitch. It's the largest category on the platform, Fall Machine. By far. Consistently. It is the main, like, it is a plurality of Twitch viewers are watching just chatting at any one moment. Yeah. I know you're being facetious, but still. Yeah. But yeah. And, but yeah. You were definitely top of the list when sorted by syllables. Yeah, Fluke, there are a lot of folks who have difficulty pronouncing my name, it's true. That's pronouncing the channel name. Paleontologizing. Danny Anduza is pretty easy to pronounce compared to Paleontologizing. And Thor used to stray in science and technology. Game dev category. I don't know who that is, Dirty Rumor. Interesting. Yeah. Thor used to stream. I don't know who that is. Yeah. Is he a big streamer? Pirate Software. Oh, cool. Cool. Yeah. I think I've heard of Pirates. No, I haven't, actually. I haven't. I've heard of the Pirate Bay, but shh, don't tell anybody I've heard of that. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah. Oh, and we moved up in the rankings a little bit here. Take a look at that. 176. Often we're like first place there. But yeah. Anyway. He blew up on Twitch this year and got an award at the Streamer Awards too. Very nice, Cephaline. Very, very nice. Yeah. Do you know I appeared on screen at the Streamer Awards last year? But I can't show the clip because it is bookended by a body joke and someone showing off a lot of their body. So it's like, I don't know, as a family-friendly channel here, I can't show that off. But yeah. If anybody has a link to that clip, post it in the chat, but I'm not gonna show it. Yeah. Anyway, Arctic Hoosguy says, "Hey Danny, hope you're having a great evening. It's still afternoon where I live right now." Arctic Hoosguy, but thank you. The beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. It is still daytime here. That is a live cam from the Berkeley Hills over the beautiful San Francisco Bay. I was actually spending time in San Francisco this morning. I want to see my old friend Snail Chaser there, who also streams here on Twitch. Although he really needs to get back on there. He recently moved and all his streaming gear is in disarray. But it's so clear, you can see all the way to the Golden Gate Bridge there. Across the Golden Gate Strait. There's San Francisco. Here is Berkeley, home to one of the largest collections of fossils in the entire world at the University of California Museum of Paleontology. There's Emeryville down there. Oakland is over there. And of course, there's San Francisco, the Marin Headlands, Angel Island, Alcatraz. You can see Alcatraz today. Yeah. Live view of the San Francisco Bay Area. Oh, yeah. 3 hours ahead of you? Yeah, Arctic Hoosguy. On that Eastern time. Nice. Yeah. So yeah. Oh, nice, Arctic Hoosguy. Good luck with the grill. Anywho. We got distracted, as often happens on a live broadcast. But today happens to be something called Everything You Think Is Wrong Day, so let's get into our topic for the day. Let's talk about it.
15th on the National Day calendar. No one is right 100% of the time. Today, we pause to consider just how much we don't know. It's also a good day to scroll on by those social media posts that you would normally be tempted to correct. What goes around comes around.
What kind of advice is that?
Get the same treatment from someone else.
Good, if you get the same treatment from someone else.
It's a burden in life to be a know-it-all. So just for today, consider learning something new from the perspective of a novice. Did you know that the Canary Islands were named after dogs and not birds? Or that only 3 countries in the world don't use the metric system? Of course, one of them is the United States.
Liberia was like set up by the United States, basically. And Burma, now known as Myanmar, also. Anyway, we're not in good company there, I'm going to say. Just like. None of these countries are necessarily like paragons of I don't know, progress. Let's put it that way.
Put your hand down, smarty pants. On National Everything You Think Is Wrong Day, give your noggin the day off.
And Gojira says Myanmar went metric last year. Wait, really, Gojira? Holy cow. Are you serious? We gotta look this up. What is this? That's okay. Countries that don't use the metric system, 2024. Myanmar in the metric system. Myanmar announced in 2013 that it intended to convert to the metric system. Like Liberia, Myanmar chose to adopt the metric system in order to streamline international trade, particularly with the export of agricultural projects such as rice, beans, and maize in Myanmar's case. However, progress at the local level appears slow, and the switch seeks to displace centuries of tradition, including the vis, a unit of measurement used for most any edible product. So, I don't know if they've actually made the switch yet. Yeah, and Ken, how are you doing? Welcome back, Ken. It's good to see you. Ken, are you excited for fieldwork in Wyoming this year? Yeah. Except Liam says, how recent is this article? Supposedly, it's updated for 2024. But Wikipedia is often very much up to date with this kind of thing. Myanmar, formerly known as Burma. Doesn't show up there. Interesting. Is Myanmar switching to metric? I don't trust this from Google here. Like, oftentimes the like, you know, selected answers were just like, Myanmar units of measurement. Here we go. Thank you. Traditional Burmese units of measurement were a system of measurement used in Myanmar. Citation needed. What? This is not going to be super up to date, is it? I don't know. Do we have any folks on the ground in Myanmar as we speak? I betcha it's complicated. I betcha that there are certain aspects of culture and society that have already been switched over to the metric system, and there are other ones that are holdouts. Kind of like how in the UK they use degrees Celsius. But a lot of people still use inches. You know, or mile. Do they use miles? They use kilometers in the UK, don't they? Anyway, yeah. It's a UK-ish mix, says Gojira. Yeah. And Commodore says it's not 2008 anymore. Google doesn't work. I know. The incredification of Google continues. And they use miles in the UK. Do they really, Commodore? Huh. Okay. The UK also uses stones. Still in the Stone Age there, in the United Kingdom. Still got a queen. Still using stones instead of, you know, iron tools like the rest of the world has moved on to. But, you know, that's okay. Yeah. Back to this.
or that only 3 countries in the world don't use the metric system. Of course, one of them is the United States. Put your hand down, smarty pants, on national everything you think.
Yeah, kid, put your hand down. You think you're so smart with your facts? Put your hand... What are you wearing a suit jacket to school for? Glasses. Put your hand down, kids.
Put your hand down, smarty pants, on national everything you think is wrong.
He
day.
probably has something to
Give
say.
your noggin the day off. You can go back to knowing everything tomorrow. I'm Marlo Anderson with the National Day Calendar.
That
See
was
you
not
again
a helpful
tomorrow
video.
As we celebrate every day.
Anyway, it might be a dumb topic for... Or it might be a dumb national day like that, but at least this is an opportunity to talk about misperceptions about dinosaurs today. So I hope you're here for that, and I hope... Yeah. I hope you enjoy. When you have recess at 9, but a CEO presentation at 10, there you go, rusty guy. Yeah. But yeah. Charlie's Dragon says, but I like being a smarty pants. I mean, you know, jokes and facetiousness aside, to get earnest for a second, that is one of the things that I try and strike a balance with on this channel. I never want to come across as snooty or like an insufferable know-it-all or anything. Because that's not... I don't know. I do get the feeling that like a lot of people in the general public view science and scientists in that way. Like, oh, no, a bunch of eggheads in the laboratory with their white coats and their beakers full of liquids. And once you get to know scientists, you realize that we're not usually like that. Some of us are. But shoot, there are, you know, lots of people in the world who are like that. You'll find insufferable baseball fans who are just rattling off statistics left and right about batting averages and blah, blah, blah. And they, you know, they can have a very, like, insufferable know-it-all kind of a... I think all of us probably know of people like that, you know? It's not something that's unique to scientists, certainly not. It can just be kind of a personality trait. You get personalities like that in all kinds of different areas. Anyway, my point was that here on this channel I try and make things as accessible as I can, and hopefully entertaining and non-pretentious. I think, especially in the US, anytime you go around talking about science, there are a lot of people who will instantly just tune you out because they think of science as being something that is pretentious or boring or elitist or whatever. And I try pretty hard to guard against that. To make things fun and accessible and non-pretentious and to accidentally push the wrong button. There we shoot. Anyway, yeah. You know, even though I got a bookcase behind me with all these books and everything, it's like, that's... I didn't want that to be like the center of the background, for instance, when I'm normally streaming. You know? We used to have that back in my old office. You know, if we look at, let's find a live stream from back then.
This is Laura Dern of Jurassic Park. Digging up dinosaurs is hard, frustrating work.
Victorious.
It takes months or years, so leave it to the professionals.
No, random guy. 4812, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Sorry, I'm still adjusting to the new setup here in OBS, too. But yeah. So So here, my old office setup here kind of like centered the bookshelf in the background. And man, I talked faster back then. That's better. Yeah, and it kind of reminded me a little bit of like there was the thing during Zoom, or excuse me, during, you know, once the COVID pandemic kicked off. Where there's like two kinds of. Okay, let's back up for a second. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. 2020, when COVID was really taking off and killing a lot of people, a lot of people were staying home. And you started having, like, you know, ring lights and Zoom, and on television you would have, like, experts in their fields who were interviewed from a home office, and all these people scrambled to, like, set up a bookshelf so that they would look more well-read. And, like, it was really difficult to get bookshelves for a while online, I had read, because everybody and their brother is buying bookshelves, to try and, like, exude a sense of authority there. It's either bookshelves or maps. Let's see. Yeah, like you probably remember this classic moment.
Scandals happen all the time. The question is, how do democracies respond to those scandals?
And what will it mean for the wider region? I think one of your children has just walked in. I mean, shifting sands in the region. Do you think relations with the North may change?
I would be surprised if they do. Pardon me. Pardon me. My apologies.
What's this going to mean for the region?
My apologies. South Korea, the policy choices on North Korea have been severely.
But you've got, of course, a map and a bookcase right there. Got to get them both in frame, you know? My point of bringing this up is that, I don't know, I try and strike a balance on this channel in between appearing authoritative and appearing approachable. And I don't know what kind of a job I do with that. Maybe it's good, maybe it's bad, I don't know. But, you know, it's something I'm thinking about all the time. Yeah. Was there a map or bookcase for I'm Not a Cat? No, that was very different gameplay, but yeah. Yeah. Rachel says you appear very approachable. I appreciate that, Rachel. Yeah. Anyway, HD says wallpaper of bookshelves. I've seen that in some people's homes, and it's kind of something about that really, like, kind of squeaks me out. Artificial plants are one thing. That's understandable, but, like, to have a house where you want to give the appearance that you have books, but you don't want to actually have books? That... I don't know, I really dislike that. The tuxedo t-shirt, Ungoy. Oh, not like I would ever have a business suit t-shirt. But yeah. Anyway, Rachel Darling says, knowledgeable but not a know-it-all attitude. You have an energy that shows you were eager to learn, and I love that. Thanks for being you did. Thank you, Rachel Darling. I appreciate that. Anyway, let's not make this about me. I want to... Let's get into our topic for the day. And Commodore... Yeah, Louis Rossman's great. I like his stuff a lot. Yeah. And thank you, 30 Rumor. I appreciate it. Anyway. Oh, and thank you, Lenina. Thank you. HD, since I watched one of those 24-hour home redesign shows, and they were cutting the spines off books and gluing them to walls?
Ew!
Oh, that hurts my heart. Oh. Did they burn the books too? Asked a dirty rumor. Anyway. Anywho. On everything you think is wrong day, why don't we get into some misconceptions about dinosaurs here? I've come up with a short list, but, maybe we'll make a top 10 list together today, chat. I think that might be productive. And I think that might be fun. Here. Top misconceptions. Top public misconceptions about dinosaurs. Droids, yeah, that's good. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Jurassic Park font, please. We don't have that in Google Docs, Cloud Bear, but yeah. I'm already seeing some ones here that I have on the list, which is good. Yeah. Alchemic Phoenix says, I love a good old classic Google Doc. Well, you're in the right stream today, Alchemic Phoenix. Welcome. Yeah. Yeah, let's see here. Most of the ones that I'm seeing here I've already got on the list, which is good. Yeah. And Dinosaur Dave, wait. What happened? You've got some very nice, Dinosaur Dave. Lovely, Tutnoran theropod there. Little ornithopod fleeing. Is that Minmi or Kunbarasaurus? That's lovely, Dinosaur Dave. Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean, Dinosaur. Shoot, I was expecting you to show me a picture of your trailer having been destroyed by some sort of Australian wildlife or something. I, only half read the message. That's cool, Dinosaur Dave. That's cool. Hope your trip is going well. Yeah. And, I actually have a command for that, Savas. Is it extinction? Extinct. Extinction. There we go. There it is. Yeah. It's the asteroid hypothesis is... There's a strong consensus forming around that. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and very cool, Dinosaur Dave. Well, good luck with that. Best of luck. I hope the penguins are photogenic. Yeah. Command has to be first. Thank you, Lenina. Yeah. But yeah. Some of our top public misconceptions about dinosaurs. We'll probably move these around throughout today's stream. But if you've heard any particular misconceptions, I want to hear about them. And I will put these in quotation marks to imply a certain degree of distance from what is being said here. But number 10, dinosaurs are extinct. We'll move these around, but you know what? I don't even think it helps to have numbers at this point. So yeah, dinosaurs are not extinct. Or a tier... Well, tier list could be... Well, but how are we gonna... That's gonna be a lot of work, Cephalon, to make those into images. But, yeah. And Savas, there's an old idea that... Like, Bob Bacher was talking about diseases as being, a mechanism for extinction, but to my knowledge, diseases have never actually driven a major group of animals into extinction, ever. Can't think of a single example. It's just not... It just doesn't happen. Plus, it'd be a very, very difficult thing to falsify. It's not a super falsifiable hypothesis. But yeah. Anyway, dinosaurs are not actually extinct. Despite what you may have heard. This gets into some other misconceptions as well. But, yeah. I'll show you a little clip here. Yeah. Take a look at this. This is my old boss, Jack Horner here. Holy cow, Murphs! 21 months of support. Yes, indeed, birds are dinosaurs, Murph.
Birds are dinosaurs.
And thank you for the 21 months of support. Now at Tier 3. I appreciate that very, very much, Murph. Thank you for all of your support to this community and to my own research and fieldwork and everything else, Murph. I appreciate you. Here's a little clip about this misconception. Yeah. I love her reaction there. She's just blown away by this, and you can see the joy in the way that she reacts to this. Yeah. Yep. One or less if you can, because there's no rings, Murph. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. um, birds are living dinosaurs, and there is a general consensus about this nowadays. Take a look. What's he gonna say, chat? What's he gonna say? Do you agree with that? Birds are living dinosaurs? He's gonna say, nah. Nuh-uh. If he says no, we riot. Cloud Bear. Anyway. Yep. There you go, Cloud Bear. Waiting for that riot. Yep. Anyway, yeah, this is my old boss, Jack Horner, and we talk about him all the time, so let's move on a little bit. But there's our first one. This idea that dinosaurs are extinct. They are not. Birds are themselves living dinosaurs. There we go. Yeah. Savas says, now that I saw the ostrich, another one came to mind. Were all or most carnivorous dinosaurs covered in fur, or just smaller ones like Velociraptor? What's the consensus on that? Ooh, Salvas, we were talking about this yesterday a little bit. Brief correction. Feathers. There's a distinction between feathers and fur. They've got a different developmental pathway, and they've got like different ancestry. So, for bird fur, I meant, yeah, feathers, yeah. We've got a lot of different groups of dinosaurs that now are known to have had feathers. Here we go. We were just looking at this video yesterday, but we can pick up where we left off, actually. Good stuff.
3 years after the first Jurassic Park movie was released, scientists in China uncovered a feathered dinosaur for the first time.
Sinosauropteryx.
Sinosauropteryx.
Yeah.
It takes very specific conditions for the Earth to record soft tissues like these primitive feathers. The animals had to be buried quickly before decomposing, and in fine-grained sediment. It turned out that this part of China, Liaoning province, saw major volcanic eruptions around 120 million years ago, which provided these very conditions. And more than 30 feathered dinosaur species have been unearthed there and in some other places since 1996.
And it's more like 60 or 70 now. We've got a lot of feathered dinosaurs from this part of the world since then. Yeah.
These fuzzy dinosaurs were mostly two-legged meat eaters, part of a group that's closely related to birds in the dinosaur family tree.
Theropods,
that group includes many of the dinosaurs featured in the Jurassic Park movies.
Gallimimus.
These guys probably had feathers of some sort for insulation or decoration.
Yep.
And that includes the raptors. Jurassic Park 3 sort of nodded to the new research by giving them a little bit of a hairdo, but their feathers probably looked more like this.
Yeah.
A velociraptor.
An excellent feathered velociraptor, or feathered Deinonychus. Yeah, I don't know. More like this. Think of it like a big, weird, ground-running bird. A kind of really scary, like, ground-bound eagle that'll just stand on top of you, using its hooked claws to hold you down as it rips strips of flesh from your body with its recurved teeth. Yeah, these animals. Oof. Yeah. Cool stuff.
Raptor fossil from the Gobi Desert revealed bumps on the forearm, similar to the wing attachments on modern birds.
Yep.
That
So
means
we know no
the
velociraptor had
wings.
feathers.
And what about T-Rex? There's no direct evidence, but a few years ago, scientists found a 30-foot dinosaur with some feathers, the biggest yet so far.
Yep.
Eutyrannus is thought to be closely related to T-Rex, so it's possible that the most famous and feared dinosaur might have been sort of fluffy.
And Majestic Biscuit, that is one. That's a pretty specific one, but that is one.
Among dinosaurs.
Yeah.
But while most of the specimens are theropods, there have been a few interesting findings from way over on the other side of the family tree. These two have bristles of some sort, which may or may not be related to bird feathers. And this one, found last year, has even more complex feather-like
Lindodromeus. We talked about this critter yesterday.
These fossils may indicate that
Briefly.
feather precursors date back to some of the dinosaurs' earliest common ancestors.
Yep. So there is a chance that feathers are an ancestral trait of all dinosaurs. That this is something basal to the dinosaur family tree. That all dinosaurs originally had feathers, and then certain groups later lost those, like the ceratopsians, various kinds of ornithopods, and thyreophora, and stegosaurs, and ankylosaurs, and sauropods. Yeah, but feathers might be something that all dinosaurs had originally, and it could be something that, like, all hatchling dinosaurs had. You know, almost like a fluffy down-like covering, you know, like a baby chick or something like that. That's when you most need insulation like that, is when you're fresh out of the egg. You need to stay warm. So, Sava says, even sauropods had feathers? We've never found any feathers on any sauropods, but
Ontogeny.
because of how evolution works, if the ancestor of all dinosaurs down here had feathers, that means that, like, by default, feathers are a standard feature for dinosaurs. And later groups, like sauropods, that evolved from that ancestor, maybe sauropods lost that feature. We don't really know. We do know that sauropods, when they were large, they had scaly skin, because we've got skin impressions. You know, we know what their skin actually looked like, because we have preserved sauropod skin, which is really, really cool. But it could be that, like, hatchling sauropods had feathers to help keep themselves warm. We know that sauropods had elevated body temperatures. We think that they were what we call endothermic, so actually generating their own body heat. They would have been warm-blooded. But, yeah, we don't know, we don't know if they had feathers when they were really young. I kind of suspect they did, but that's just kind of a guess. Here. We looked at this yesterday, but we'll look at it again. This lovely book right here, one of my very favorite dinosaur books. It's like Walking with Dinosaurs or Prehistoric Planet, but in literary form. In the Presence of Dinosaurs, written by John Collegrand, illustrated by Larry Felder. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous book. Just a lovely depiction of dinosaurs as living animals. It's like an Attenborough documentary in book form. There's a lovely Dilophosaurus with a feathery coating over its body like this. Yeah. And now to... There we go. An illustration we looked at yesterday. These are Parasaurolophus feeding their young. These little hatchling Parasaurolophus there. And they have got coatings of feathers on their bodies. The adults have scaly skin, but the hatchlings have got feathers. This could very well be the case. We don't yet have any fossil evidence of feathers in any hadrosaurs, but I would not be shocked if they did have, like, a downy coat of feathers over their bodies. when they're at that very young, vulnerable, small stage like that. You know, we do know that they grew incredibly quickly. So they definitely had elevated metabolisms. They were warm-blooded, and having some kind of insulation on your body is a hallmark of many warm-blooded animals. I would not be shocked if hadrosaurs were like... In fact, I wouldn't be surprised at all, really, if hadrosaurs were like that, too. You know? Oh, yeah. Yeah. And yeah, there you go, thing, yeah. Yeah, it could be that feathers actually predate the dinosaurs. We talked about this yesterday, too. I feel like a broken record at this point, but we'll talk about it briefly right now. Yeah. In this lovely cladogram right here, yeah, feathers might go back to the base of Dinosauria. If they go back this far, if the feather-like structures that we see on Coelindrodromeus and Tianyu-Long and on theropod dinosaurs, if these are homologous, if these are from a common ancestor, that implies that not only did the ancestor of all dinosaurs have feathers, but it could very well be that the filamentous structures that we see in pterosaurs, who are not dinosaurs, but they're like very, very close cousins to the dinosaurs, the feather-like, hair-like, filamentous coverings that these guys had might actually be the same thing structurally. That the same, they might be homologous structures to dinosaurs. They might be feathers. It could be that feathers evolved before the first dinosaurs did, and dinosaurs kind of inherited that from their ancestor, the same ancestor they share with pterosaurs. So we're still kind of figuring that out. Yeah. Pterosaurs may have had colored feathers similar to birds. We know they had a fuzzy covering, the pterosaurs, the flying reptiles, what members of the public called pterodactyls. But our name for this so far is pycnofibers. Pterosaurs had pycnofibers, but it turns out pycnofibers might be feathers. They might be primitive hair-like feathers, like you see on dinosaurs like Sinosauropteryx. These guys with their fluffy covering like this. We call these proto-feathers on these guys. It could be that the pycnofibers of pterosaurs are also proto-feathers. They might be the same thing. We don't really know. Anyway, here's a link to this explainer right here, which will also take you to the original paper if you're interested in looking at that. So yeah. And Charlie's Dragon and Murph have got those Sinosauropteryx emotes. Yes, indeed. Right here. Good old Sinosauropteryx. One of my very favorite dinosaurs. Yeah. What a beautiful critter, Sinosauropteryx. By the way, the fact that you're seeing, like, you know, orange and white stripes on all of these illustrations, that's not speculative. The critter is so well preserved that we can even tell what colors the feathers were when it was alive. Exquisite preservation. So yeah. Anyway, Glued with Gold says, I grew up in the 70s and 80s with the assumption that dinosaurs were scaly. Is finding out that was wrong just a matter of finding more fossils, or more an improvement in technology, or something else? It's mostly just finding more fossils. Yeah. Like they were talking about in this video.
Accepted. But in the late 1990s, the science started speeding ahead, and the movies just didn't keep up. Even the latest installment of Jurassic World, shot in ultra-high definition 3D,
anyway, super
it features
out of date.
dinosaurs that are out of date.
We knew since the 1990s that a lot of dinosaurs had feathers because we started finding...
When the movie was released, scientists in China uncovered a feathered dinosaur for the first time, Sinosauropteryx. It takes very specific conditions for the Earth to record soft tissues like these primitive feathers. The animals had to be buried quickly before decomposing.
Anyway, it was fossils like
Sinosauropteryx
here that really clinched it. There were some paleontologists beforehand who were saying that, like, oh yeah, dinosaurs almost certainly did have feathers, some of them at least. But we didn't have, like, incontrovertible fossil evidence there. Back in the 70s and 80s, there were a few different dinosaurs that we figured maybe had feathers, but it was still kind of in dispute. Show you. Here. Yeah. There we go. David Norman's Dinosaurs Illustrated Encyclopedia talks about this a bit. Or we can find it in there at least. It's funny, they kind of like glances over it in this, I think, not wanting to really rock the boat too much. But our miscellaneous theropods, there we go. It's before these critters were even understood. Miscellaneous theropods, you've got mysterious Avimimus right there. A dinosaur portrayed with feathers in the, it must have been the late 1970s, I think these illustrations were made. Maybe earliest 1980s? But yeah, Avimimus. Yeah, this restoration of Avimimus is inspired by Kurzanov's work of recent years. It is illustrated with feather-like coverings to its body, particularly along its arms, right there. Although many paleontologists are skeptical about the evidence put in, yeah, it almost sounds sarcastic. Kurzanov believes that the bones of the arm in particular show traces equivalent to the feather attachment areas on wing bones of birds, provoking the idea that maybe several theropods were feathered, rather like birds. Avimimus here is visualized as a ground-running insectivore. Anyway, so this idea was floating around in the paleontological literature in the 70s and 80s. But we didn't have, like, lead pipe evidence of this until the 1990s. And you actually had these exquisitely well-preserved dinosaur fossils coming out of China. The preservation of fossils is very, very rare. Preservation of, well, fossils is very, very rare. Preservation of feathers as fossils is 1,000, maybe 1,000,000 times more rare than that. It requires very, very specific conditions to preserve fossil feathers. But since this time, other fossils have been re-examined, and it's like, holy cow, some of these also show traces of feathers. Nobody interpreted those as feathers before because people didn't know what they were looking at. But now that we've got this, it's like, holy cow, it recontextualizes things. Suddenly it makes more sense, you know? So yeah. And Alchemic Phoenix, absolutely. It's so cool how the Earth preserves records of past life like this. Absolutely. Yeah. And Guardian 452, I'm sorry, I gotta disagree with you there. Welcome to Paleontologizing, but that's not correct. Guardian says, the fact is, we know nothing, in all caps, about what dinosaurs actually look like because it's so long ago. Humans didn't even exist back then. You're correct about that humans did not exist alongside dinosaurs. And that's actually going to be one of our top misconceptions there. It's on my list too. It's true that the last of the non-bird dinosaurs died out 66 million years before the first humans evolved. But the idea that we know nothing about what dinosaurs looked like is incorrect. And it's really, really cool that we can know not just anything at all about what dinosaurs looked like, but sometimes we can even determine what colors they were. Check this out. There we go.
Revealing what colour dinosaurs were was once thought impossible. But the discovery around a decade ago that some pigments can actually preserve in fossils has allowed us to reconstruct the likely colour patterns of certain dinosaur species. One of the best places to find pigments preserved in dinosaurs is the early Cretaceous G-hole biota of China. Discovered here in the mid-1990s,
Look at that.
Sinosauropteryx has feathers preserved.
It's the same
that
critter we were
retain
just talking
remnants
about.
of the original pigment that gave the animal its colour in life. This means that we can reconstruct its colour patterns to give a better understanding of how it may have behaved and to tell us more about the environment in which it lived. One of the colour patterns seen on Sinosauropteryx is that it had a dark back and a light underside. This is a kind of camouflage called countershading. It works because in the daytime, sunlight comes from above, meaning that the top surface of an object is illuminated, while the underside is shadowed. In seeing this, our brains are able to recognize things as three-dimensional objects.
And
in countershaded
that's
animals,
kind of what this research
the top
is about, yeah.
surface is darker and the lower surface is lighter.
And so, in this particular instance, when we're talking about counter shading, there's so many different critters. Maybe like the majority of animals exhibit counter shading. Dark on top, light underneath. Dark on top, light underneath. Dark on top, light underneath. There's a bass right there. Here's a kind of like reef shark, maybe? Looks like a reef shark to me. A humpback whale right there. A white shark. Counter shading is it's kind of the default for many, many, many animals. Although it's funny that the ones that flip this pattern are also very instructive, like badgers do the opposite because they don't want to blend in, they want to stand out. They want to say, hey, I'm here, I'm a badger, I've arrived, stay away from me. They're doing the opposite, so they've evolved the opposite pattern right there. Same with skunks. Skunks have got that, like, warning coloration. Yeah, where they want to say, hey, stay out of my way. Almost like an animal that's poisonous or venomous, with, like, warning coloration. That's what skunks are doing. But since skunks are a kind of mammal that can't see in color, and most of the animals they're trying to warn also can't see color, they haven't evolved bright colors. They're just black and white, because most mammals see in black and white. Anyway. But the counter shading like this is even cooler than it seems. Here, let's continue.
This evens out the effect of shadowing, so counter-shaded animals appear less three-dimensional, a would-be benefit for both predators and prey.
Yep.
Importantly, lighting conditions vary between different types of habitat. Animals living in open areas with lots of light tend to have a sharp, dark-to-light transition high up on the body, while animals living in closed areas, such as forests, tend to have more gradual transitions positioned lower down. This means that we could determine the likely habitat that Sinosauropteryx was living in 130 million years ago.
This is so cool that you can look at the exact patterning of the counter shading right here, and then you can make an inference as to whether this animal preferred forested habitats or open habitats outside of, like, the tree canopy. Incredible that we can figure this stuff out through just like human cleverness here. This is the sort of thing that gets me really excited as a paleontologist.
Based on its pattern of countershading. To determine in which environment the countershading in Sinosauropteryx would have been most effective, we made three-dimensional models of its body and observed them under varying light conditions. This showed us exactly where shadows would occur in each different habitat. We then compared that to the actual colour patterns seen in the fossils. The countershading transition was abrupt and high up on the body, best positioned to negate the shadows cast by direct sunlight. We can therefore infer that Sinosauropteryx was best suited to have lived in an open environment.
Very cool.
With this work, we have shown that by looking at paleocolour, we can start to understand important aspects of the behaviours of extinct animals, and also better interpret the long-lost habitats and environments in which they lived.
Pretty cool stuff, and this is a beautiful example of the scientific method at work. This is the sort of thing that I love talking about while doing science outreach here on Twitch. because it's just a lovely example of how to test an idea. It's one thing to say, oh, you know, I think this or I think that. Anybody can say stuff like that. What makes science different from other, like, ways of knowing, whether it's, I don't know, theology or law or, I don't know, other, like, paradigms of human knowledge, is that science is about testing ideas. It's about putting your money where your mouth is. It's about observing the natural world, trying to let go of your biases as much as possible, and just being open to what the experiment reveals about what's actually going on. That's what makes science so exciting, and I think this is a lovely example of that right there. Yeah. And Guardian says from a minimum of 65... It's 66 million years, Guardian. We've got, like I've been talking about, more refined numbers nowadays through improved testing. 66 million is now the date for when that asteroid hit. But yeah, we cannot know behaviors. Possibilities maybe, but again, we are basing it on behaviors we see today, not then. But Guardian, that's the thing about fossil evidence, is that we can actually figure out what these animals were doing. We actually have snapshots of certain aspects of dinosaur behavior from back in the day. It's not just guesswork, you know? And maybe this should be another one of our misconceptions that we talk about. In fact, this should be a big one, actually. Given that we're talking about dinosaur misconceptions today. This is a huge one. Here, let me put a correction to this one right here first, though. Let's see. Died out 66 million years before humans evolved. Let's make these a smaller font size. There we go. There we go. Yeah. So yeah. And Guardian says, what happens if two animals around the same time dies in the same spot and those bones are fossilized together to make it look like the same, or in some cases different animals? Are you talking about individual creatures or different species? I mean, that's not really something that we have to worry about. The thing is, ideally, you've got kind of a larger sample size of, like, individual creatures, and so we learn kind of what the trends are in their anatomy, you know? It's... The more specimens we have, the more intimate an understanding we have of the osteology, the bone structure of a particular animal. And so, in some cases, we've got literally hundreds or thousands of individuals. Let me show you. Triceratops is a really good example. So Triceratops, of course, there's a pretty lovely depiction of it right there. Triceratops. We've got probably about 1,000 different specimens of Triceratops that have been excavated since that animal was named by Othniel Charles Marsh in, what was it, 1888, I think? 1887, something like that. At first, we didn't really have a good understanding of what this animal looked like, or really anything about it. But we've got so many specimens of this animal nowadays that we can kind of watch them evolve through time. We can actually take a look at evolutionary trends in Triceratops throughout the Hell Creek Formation, for instance. There's this idea, and I think it's pretty darn well supported. Most things in science are tentative, and we can talk about the tentative nature of science if you'd like. But in Triceratops, we see a pretty clear trend where at the bottom of the Hell Creek Formation, they tend to have pretty small nose horns like this. And as you move up through the formation, from about 67 million years ago, or 68 million years ago, we still don't have a clear date on like the beginning of the Hell Creek. But as we move up to that 66 million year line, when they went extinct, their nose horns are just getting bigger and bigger and bigger on average. It's a very clear trend. And this is the sort of thing that comes with a big sample size. You know? Does that make sense? Yeah. But yeah. How many of those specimens have been studied? Not too many of them, Valiant Cheese, maybe a few hundred. A lot of them are just kind of like museum showpiece specimens. Yeah, out of all of the Triceratops specimens that have been published, or out of all those Triceratops specimens, the ones that have been published, probably about 200. Yeah. Maybe 100 of them are there in this paper, or something like that. But yeah. Here, they've got over 50 skulls in this paper alone. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah. And Guardian says, it could be a different animal entirely, with even with a sample size. I don't understand the hostility, Guardian. But I'm gonna try and meet you halfway and talk about this earnestly, you know? The thing is, in science, lots of things could be, but science is about testing hypotheses. You know? That's how it's different from something like religion or something. You know? In religion or theology, you can just kind of make make proclamations and then hope that people nod and go along with you. Science is not like that. In science, we're constantly testing ideas. And so in this particular case, John Scanella and Denver Fowler, Mark Goodwin and Jack Horner, people that I've worked with in the past, I've dug up a bunch of Triceratops with Denver and with John. They're putting this idea out there for for other paleontologists to try and tear it apart. That's kind of what science is about, is you're testing ideas, and once you've tested an idea as much as you can, if you're unable to disprove your own idea through testing, then you take it and you publish it. And then other scientists try and disprove it. And if they can't, then it very well could be true. In this case, nobody's been able to disprove this yet. It very well could be true. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. But yeah. Oh, Lenina, that is a good one. I don't know how... It is becoming an increasingly widespread misperception, but yeah. And thank you, Cloud Bear, for that gift sub there. I appreciate that, Cloudbear. Thank you, thank you. Yeah.
First gift sub in the chat.
Good stuff, Cloudbear. Thank you for your generosity there. I appreciate it. Yeah. Oh, so Guardian, that's another thing too. How do you know they weren't? You're talking about super intelligent dinosaurs or something? We've got this thing called Occam's razor in science, Guardian, and we use this a lot. It's kind of like one of the foundational principles of scientific thought. Let's see if I can find you a decent video about this. One that's not an hour long. My goodness. Or even 11 minutes long. Let's find something short and sweet here. Let's try this one.
Close your eyes and listen carefully to the sounds you will hear now. What is more likely? Did these hoofbeats come from zebras or horses? When you hear hoofbeats, think of horses, not zebras. Theodore Woodward, a medical researcher, wanted to demonstrate that in most cases, the explanation which is more obvious, namely the horse, is more often right than the unlikely explanation, pictured as the zebra here. The idea behind Occam's razor already originated way earlier from the English philosopher William of Ockham. Occam's razor is a tool used, for example, in science. When there are multiple explanations, the razor allows to shave off unlikely explanations. Originally, Occam's idea was phrased, entities should not be multiplied without necessity. So, the simplest explanations are most frequently the right ones.
And so this is when we're talking about things that we don't have direct evidence for. Occam's razor is something that's kind of more in like, I don't know, we use it a lot in science, but it's kind of like a baseline. It's like if you don't have strong evidence in either direction, Occam's razor is a good way to kind of organize your thoughts about a particular subject and figure out what is actually more likely. So in the case of super intelligent dinosaurs, you know, it almost sounded, Guardian, like you were implying that dinosaurs were, I don't know, you said it's wrong to assume that they were bestial in nature or something like that. It's like, well, they're animals. There are very few creatures today that exhibit, like, the kind of human intelligence that we recognize as being human. I don't know if that's what you were implying for dinosaurs, but that is an extraordinary claim, you know? Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. In that case, we actually have strong evidence of the behavior of dinosaurs, and dinosaurs were not, non-avian dinosaurs were not doing things like building cities or developing space programs or anything like that. We would find evidence of that if that were the case, you know? Space programs require tremendous cooperation and material and you know, it's a stupid example, but that's what we're working with here, you know? So yeah. But yeah, he was Germany's problem for most of his living upstairs. I did not know that. That's interesting. William might have been from Occam. But yeah. But yeah. Anywho. Yes, they do. How do we know they don't? None exist alive, to my knowledge, not as dinosaurs at least. Wait, can you rephrase your question, Guardian? I don't understand. Andus, you said humans think they are intelligent, but many clearly aren't. Hold my tongue here. trying not to deliver any burns. Could you rephrase your question, maybe? In a way that is a little bit more clear, because I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at here. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway. We were just talking about this a second ago. I guess somebody is asking about extinction of the dinosaurs and everything. We now know that birds themselves are living dinosaurs. Birds are the only dinosaurs to have survived that extinction event at the end of the Cretaceous. We're pretty darn confident about that. We've been studying, you know, the Mesozoic, Cenozoic boundary for a long time, and the only dinosaurs that have ever been found above, you know, the end of the Cretaceous period are birds. And even that itself is a fairly recent discovery, that birds definitely are descendants of small, two-legged, feathered, meat-eating dinosaurs. So yeah. Ungoy says, what do we theorize about the eyesight of dinosaurs? That's a great question, Ungoy. Yeah. For this, we can get into another almost kind of like thought experiment that we use a lot in dinosaur paleontology. We call it the extant phylogenetic bracket, or the EPB for short. So in this case, the fossil record does not give us preserved dinosaur eyeballs. We can't look at a squishy dinosaur eyeball from a non-bird dinosaur, you know, from the Mesozoic era, and say, oh, well, dinosaurs had this kind of eyeball because here it is in the fossil record. Eyes are usually the first thing to decompose when an animal dies. The first thing to get eaten by scavengers. The first thing that bacteria go after, so it's gone. Frankly, that's something that I wish more people understood, so you'd have fewer people getting hysterical about, like, oh, look at this cow carcass, and it just died yesterday, but it's missing its eyes. Must be aliens that did that. You know, cattle mutilations. It's like, no, the eyes and the tongue are the first thing that other critters eat, because they're soft and nutritious and easy to grab. Anyway, the point is, eyes... We don't have any fossilized Mesozoic dinosaur eyes. They just don't exist. Eyes are super delicate things. They fall apart. They get eaten immediately after the animal dies, pretty much. So how do we know what kind of eyes dinosaurs had? Well, if that is unknown from the fossil record, we can look at their closest living relatives. In this case, we've got crocodiles, who are basically like cousins to the dinosaurs. When we're looking at this here, dinosaurs begin here. Crocodilians are relatively close to dinosaurs here. And lucky for us, they're still around today. Crocodilians are some of my favorite extant animals. They're so cool. And they're kind of like cousins to the dinosaurs here. So we can look at crocodilians and what kind of eyes they have, and then we can look at birds. And birds literally are living dinosaurs. Birds evolved from small, two-legged, feathered, meat-eating dinosaurs, like we were talking about. And so we call this phylogenetic bracketing. If you're trying to figure out something that was going on with an extinct group of animals that you can't observe today, what you do is you look at their closest living relatives, and you make inferences based on that. So we can look, we know what crocodile eyes look like, and we know what bird eyes look like. And they share a lot of common features, like full-color vision. Birds and crocodiles can actually see more colors than we can as mammals. They can see partway into the ultraviolet spectrum, which is really cool. And so since birds and crocodiles have that, we can infer that that ability evolved in the ancestor of the two groups right there. And everything that we know about dinosaurs is also consistent with this idea. Dinosaurs often evolve all kinds of really crazy display features, whether it's crests or frills or spikes or horns or sails or whatever else. These seem to be features that are very visual in nature And it would make sense for them to be brightly colored. And then the dinosaurs that we do have, or we can actually figure out what colors they were, you know, dinosaurs like, for instance, Sinosauropteryx here. There's some striking coloration that we know this critter had. Likewise for dinosaurs like Kaihong is a lovely example. We know this critter had iridescent feathers around its head and neck like this. So all the pieces fit together, and we can draw a confident conclusion that dinosaurs indeed had full color vision, like their closest living relatives, like crocodiles and like birds, who inherited their color vision. They inherited their eyes from their dinosaur ancestors. That makes sense? Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, Misadventures in Astro says, I have much more respect for crocodiles since watching Danny. I'm glad to hear that, Astro. I'm glad to hear that. Crocodiles are really, really cool critters. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway. And Guardian says, but you're assuming they are related because they have similar features over long periods of time between features change. That's not an assumption, Guardian. We know that these critters evolve over time because we've observed that in the fossil record. You're assuming they are related. No, we can demonstrate that through fossils. Is this like a creationist thing? Is that what we're getting at here? I'm trying to figure out where you're coming from here. You know? Yeah. But anywho. Yeah. And Diagonals is also suggestive is that many plant groups during the Cretaceous have color changes in flowers, fruits, or leaves to signal when leaves or fruits are mature. There you go, Diagonal. And fruits, of course, we think that they evolved as a way of dispersing seeds through the help of animals. We see that today. That's how fruits work. The question is whether dinosaurs were the ones spreading those seeds, which I actually don't know enough about Mesozoic plants and Mesozoic fruiting bodies to say whether or not. I don't know what the general consensus is there. Yeah. And Salamander, thank you for gifting Cloud Bear. I appreciate that, Salamander. Thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. But yeah. Guardian says we can only gain so much without the flesh attached and their brains working. But Guardian, we also have that in many cases. So this is, Guardian, I think this is my issue with your approach here. Is you are yourself making some big assumptions here, which are incorrect. You're assuming that we don't have flesh preserved for any Mesozoic dinosaurs, and we do. You're assuming that we don't have brains for Mesozoic dinosaurs. And we do, you know? But you're moving the goalposts there, Guardian. A working 66 million year old brain? We've got fossil brains of these animals. Tyrannosaurus, for instance. We've got a really decent picture of what a Tyrannosaurus brain looks like from multiple Tyrannosaurus specimens to the point where we can actually look at variation between the brains of different Tyrannosaurus specimens, which is really cool. This is a T-Rex brain right here. We can make strong inferences. Sorry. It's fruit flies. About how these animals would have behaved based on the structure of the brain itself. The olfactory bulb right here of the brain is, of course, the smelling center of the brain. This is consistent with modern animals' brains. You look at an alligator, you look at a bird, you look at a mammal, the olfactory center is still in the same part of the brain. In Tyrannosaurus, it is absolutely enormous. And humans, it's like this tiny, tiny little part kind of tucked away, very inconspicuous. We don't have a great sense of smell as human beings. Tyrannosaurus smelled awesome. Or rather, it had an awesome sense of smell. We can tell this based on the brain. Like I said, in science, it's about testing ideas. You don't just make assertions, you test stuff. We're looking at the fossil evidence, and we're following the evidence where it leads, rather than just making assertions. So likewise, we can actually tell at what angle the animal held its head, typically, as it's walking around or standing, because we have its inner ear right here, the semicircular canals of the inner ear, and you can look at this and determine the proper angle at which the animal would have held its head, which is pretty amazing, I think. And then you've got all these different nerves in here too, at varying sizes. So for instance, the maxillary nerve that runs to the maxilla of the animal. And this would be associated with like sense of touch around the front of the snout right there. You've got the ophthalmic nerve, which runs to the eyeballs. And that's pretty large in Tyrannosaurus. So we already know that these animals had a very large orbit, would have had very large eyes. The size of that nerve right there also tells you, like, oh shoot, they had a really, really good sense of sight. They could see really, really well. So again, that's why I added this as a big misconception that, oh, everything paleontologists say about dinosaurs is just guesswork. Absolutely not. To claim that is to have a fundamental misunderstanding about what fossil science is, and maybe about what science is in general. You know? Yeah. So yeah. Misadventures in Astro wonders, possible T-Rex was a night predator? That'd be a difficult hypothesis to test. There have been some studies looking at orbit size in dinosaurs. Orbit size dinosaurs. Let's see here. Maybe it was sclerotic ossicles? Or sclerotic ring? Trying to find this paper that I discussed once at the Dead Lizard Society in Montana. Here, let's take this and bring it to Google Scholar and see if I can find the paper that way. There we go. I've got some questions and some ideas that I'm skeptical about within this paper, but this is a way to go about testing the idea of like which animals might have been nocturnal. And Hyperconductor, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. So yeah. No, this is not the one I was looking for. I was looking for the Nick Longrich paper, but this works too. Yeah. So, in this paper, they're trying to figure out which dinosaurs might have been nocturnal based on the size of their scleral ring. So the scleral ring is this ring of bones inside the eye. There we go. Most vertebrate animals have this. Mammals, we mammals are kind of an exception there. We lost that somewhere along the line, and I'm not sure when or why. But, most ray fin fishes have this, most chondrichthyan fishes, most birds, most lizards and snakes. I think most turtles, too. Crocodilians don't have it. They lost it as well, for some reason. But we also have it in dinosaurs. The sclerotic ring. So we've got it. We don't yet have any from T-Rex in particular, but we've got it from a lot of other dinosaurs. It's one of those things, like I was talking about with the eye, the eye is like the first thing to get scavenged, oftentimes. So if you find a scleral ring in a dinosaur like this, that means it is exquisitely well preserved. Oh yeah, yeah. Hyperconductor says, hello, been a lurker for a while. Thanks for chiming in, Hyperconductor. Twitch needs more science channels like yours. Hyperconductor, thank you for the feedback. I appreciate that. I appreciate your kind words. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, and Murph, thank you for reposting that from Upstairs Down. Upstairs Down had a question. Is there any suggestion that any dinosaurs may have hibernated or engaged in brumation? Yes. Or at least there's been discussion of that. Yeah. The one that leaps to mind for me... I always spell this wrong, because there's an extra A in there. Lialinosaura. Or an extra E, I guess. But you might remember these from the original Walking with Dinosaurs. Lialinosaura is sometimes what we call a speedo, a small-bodied, early diverging ornithischian dinosaur. S-P-E-D-O. What we used to call like a hypsilophodont. And it has been suggested that these animals hibernated. And we don't want simple English Wikipedia, we just want Wikipedia, thank you. There we go. I bet you in this article they might mention the hibernation idea. I don't know if that's well supported, but yeah. There we go. Yeah, honestly, some of the authors involved with this stuff, I don't always get a great feeling about their conclusions. Golganek, thank you for gifting Upstairs Down. I appreciate that. I'm trying to think of any actual I guess we don't have hard evidence that Lialinosaura hibernated or estivated or brumated or anything like that. I wonder if we have that for nodosaurs. I know that was featured in Prehistoric Planet.
Golganak gifted a tier 1 sub to Hyperconductor. They have given 412
Thank you, Golganak, for gifting Hyperconductor. Thank you, Golganak. Good stuff. Appreciate you. Yeah.
These three are young Antarctopelta, small plant-eating dinosaurs.
So these are dinosaurs that have been found in Antarctica. Hence the name Antarctopelta, the Antarctic shield.
One of this world's most heavily armored animals.
And thank you, Upstairs Down, for paying that forward there. Appreciate you, Upstairs Down. Thank you.
Youngsters are safer together.
And Majestic Biscuit.
This far south,
Holy cow. I really appreciate
Majestic__biscuit really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you. There's 5 people in the chat who might be very grateful for that. So thank you, Majestic Biscuit, for those gift subs. They won't have to worry about any ads for the next 30 days. Plus, they'll get all those emotes like these and these, and these and these and these, and these and these. And Murph, holy moly! Thank you for those 10 gift subs, Murph. I really appreciate it. Look, we are swiftly approaching our sub goal here, and look at this beautiful Tinamou bird. So excited about those 10 gift subs. A little too excited. Uh-oh. Oh, shoot.
Murph is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Holy cow, Murph.
Really spectacular.
I really appreciate that.
Golganak gifted a tier 1
you,
sub to
Golganak.
Confused Echidna.
That's
They
a good
have
target
given
there,
415
Echidna.
gift subs in the channel.
Enjoy. Thank you for your generosity, Golganak. And another lovely Tinamou bird here. Well, well, well. I'm sure this one will certainly not explode, right? Thank you, Spartan, for those 10 gift subs there. Look, we're only, what, 24 away from our goal at this point? Thank you, Spartan. Oh, shoot!
So Spartan Zero is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Spartan. I really appreciate that. Holy moly. And thank you, Lenina, for that gift
The
sub.
Lenina gifted a tier 1 sub to S May 20901.
Thank you. Thank you. Lenina.
Playing tag with you, Iguanodon.
And Misadventures and Astro, thank you for the 100 bits there. Lovely, lovely.
People who do research in paleontology consider themselves to be detectives in a sense. That part of the joy of our field is being able to go out and put together clues that sometimes are extremely obscure.
Upstairs
There you go.
Down gifted 2 subs.
Thank you for those gift subs upstairs down. I appreciate you. Excellent. Holy cow, look. We are, we're what, 22 away now at this point? From our goal? That's fantastic. Thank you for that. I don't have to come, but when you do, you give, and I appreciate that so much upstairs down. Thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. Thank you for making this possible. Thank you, Spartan, and Murph, and Golganek. And thank you, Lenina. And Majestic Biscuit. Thank you very much for that. Holy cow. Yeah. And nice, Daily BC, man. Sounds like you're a good friend. I'm sure your friend appreciates that, too. Yeah. Anyway, before we move on, random guy.
Playing tag with you, Iguanodon.
The Raven.
Mind the bird lines D.
Thank you for the 100 bits there, the Raven. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you, the Raven. I brought this up because in this clip, these animals are shown going down into a cave to hibernate. I don't know if we actually have good evidence that they did this. But I'll post a link in chat. There you go. Yeah. It'd be interesting to hear from Darren Naish, like the lead scientific consultant on this series, if he's actually basing this on. Well, it'd be interesting to hear how speculative this is. Do we have firm evidence from histology, for instance, that these animals actually had any tendency toward hibernate? Did they actually hibernate, or estivate, or brumate, or whatever you want to call it? Did they have, like, a period of super, super, super low metabolism? I don't know. I don't know if they did or didn't. Oh, yeah. But we got a question from Random Guy 4812. Thank you for highlighting that, Random Guy, so I didn't miss it. I have a question. In most mainstream depictions of pterodactyls, or pterosaurs, as we call them as paleontologists, they have fleshy wings similar to those of bats, but now they are said to have had feathers, or a mixture of both? Excellent question, Random Guy. Excellent question, and I'm glad you brought it up. Because that link that I put in here earlier was a little confusing, wasn't it? With gold, thank you for the 100 bits.
Just to add to the hype, I'm enjoying myself learning all of this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Glued with Gold. Thank you for the 100 bits. I really appreciate that. Yeah. So there's something really interesting here. Pterosaurs may have had colored feathers similar to birds, but they still had a very different wing structure from birds.
Golganak gifted gifted a tier 1
Golganak, thank you for gifting Glued with Gold.
They have given 414 gift subs.
I really
to the
appreciate
channel.
that, Golganak. Thank you. And look, we're just 21 away from our goal now. Excellent. So pterosaurs in general, not in general, all pterosaurs had this kind of a structure to their wings. It's different from a bat, but it's much more different from a bird. So they had a membrane of skin that stretched between their fourth finger. That's their wing finger there that extends way, way, way out. So there we go. Yeah. This right here is their ring finger. Here's their middle finger, index finger, and thumb right there. They've got a freakishly large, robust, super, super, super long ring finger, their fourth finger right there. This finger right here is just freakishly hypertrophied. It's enormous. And there was a membrane of skin that stretched from that down to about their ankle or thereabouts. Bats have got a different setup. It is still a skin membrane in bats, but in bats it's stretched across their each of their different fingers. So here we go. Beautiful. Yeah. So a pterosaur, just one finger that extends way out like that, and then you've got the skin membrane that forms the, the wing surface. In bats, that's their thumb right there, and then index finger, middle finger, ring finger, pinky finger. Bats have 5 fingers. And then the skin stretches in between those fingers. Pterosaurs is just one finger that forms the wing membrane. Birds, of course, have got feathers. So the feathers that pterosaurs would have had, if those are indeed feathers, were basically just fuzz on their bodies to keep them warm, or maybe they were brightly colored. But it's just simple, very, very hair-like feathers. Just single little filaments, like one strand each. Like proto-feathers that we see in dinosaurs, so just like a single strand. So like stage 1 right there. And then you've got increasingly complex feathers as well as you get closer to to true birds. So yeah, stage 1 right there, basically. Does that make sense? Yeah. Those are the kinds of feathers where it would have looked like fur or hair. But it's different developmentally, different evolutionarily. It's from a different ancestor. It's not fur, it's feathers. Because again, in science, we classify living things based on their ancestry. Not necessarily based on how they look or what kind of vibe they have. It's based on what they evolved from. That's how we classify living things. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, let me, I hope that answers your question there. Random guy. I hope that answers your question. Yeah. Yeah. And Rachel Darling Endeavor says, question, fossils of dinosaurs show that many had pretty large eye sockets. However, in depictions of dinosaurs, most are given eyes that are a lot smaller than their sockets. How do you know how large their eyes are? Great question, Rachel. Great question. A big part of that is the sclerotic ring, like we were talking about. So the only really good way to estimate the true size of an animal's eye is looking at the sclerotic ring like that. Sometimes it's almost as big as the actual eye socket. Like, for instance, in Eoraptor, right here. Yeah. That's almost as big as the entire eye socket. That's figure E right there. Eoraptor is right there. That's like a varanid lizard down there, I think. In fact, I'm sure this paper talks about it. Yeah. Yeah, this is the same one that we were talking about earlier. Yeah. Because some dinosaurs have got really, really big eye sockets, and their eyes were not actually that big. You know, a good example would be like, would be Camarasaurus. Let me grab that. Yeah. So, 3D printed skull of Camarasaurus right here, and it's got this huge eye socket. Does that mean that it had an eye that was the size of my fist right here? No, it doesn't mean that. This is the orbit, the bony eye socket right there in the skull. This is the nostril here. Does that mean that its nostril was actually this big, that it had just like, this is the, no, it had a little nostril that actually probably protruded like a fleshy tube down to about there or so. Would have gone zoop, up into there. This is the antorbital fenestra. This was covered up by skin in life, you know? Same with the postorbital fenestra here and the temporal fenestrae up top. Dinosaurs had all kinds of big holes in their skulls. It's very different from like mammal skulls that we might be more used to as mammals living in the Cenozoic today. Most of the big animals that we see on land are mammals, and mammals tend to have skulls that are not nearly as kind of beautiful and airy as this, you know? This is like just very lightweight and almost reminds me of like Gothic architecture. These like beautiful arches and stuff like that. Most mammals have very blocky skulls that are very solid, and from the perspective of a dinosaur paleontologist, very, I don't know, almost like inefficient, just like overbuilt, frankly kind of ugly. It's my opinion as a dinosaur paleontologist. But yeah. So if you want to actually figure out what size the eyeball was, it's really tough to do that unless you really kind of need the sclerotic ring, like that ring of bones inside the eye. That way you could determine what size the eye was. The orbit is not always a good proxy for the actual size of the eye, if that makes sense. Great question, Rachel. Great question. Majestic Biscuit says, did the antorbital fenestra most likely contain sinus waves? Yes. Yeah. It would have been... Here, maybe, I think I can show you an animation here.
Saurianism.
Yeah. There we go. Lovely, video game here. They tried to make this like as authentic as possible, consulting with real paleontologists. Manix the Lemur, thank you for the follow there. I appreciate it. Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
Themselves. Every detail from the tallest tree to the smallest leaf has the same amount of scientific rigor based entirely on the available fossil record. Even the weather replicates what is known of the Hell Creek
Lovely game.
Formation.
Yeah.
This is the closest you can get to living the life of a dinosaur. Saurian has been the passion project of over a dozen developers for more than 3 years. Every member of the team has worked unpaid in their free time to reach this point. Fueled by a shared respect for dinosaurs and the desire to convey a modern scientific understanding of them to a wide audience in an engaging and untapped medium. Now, Saurian needs your help to be brought to life.
Anyway, it has been brought to life. The Kickstarter was successful. If you're looking for an exquisite dinosaur simulator game, it's a small game, you know? It's not some huge open world game. It's, it's the work of a small team, but it's really immersive, and I think you'll like it a lot. Personally, it's my favorite video game. But the reason I'm showing you this is this right here. Yeah. So you see that right there. This is Tyrannosaurus, of course, before they redesigned it. I think they actually got rid of the feathers in the adult Tyrannosaurus. But anyway, you see the antorbital, like, basically like sinuses just going like, kind of fluttering there as the animal exhales. See that? Yeah. So, in dinosaurs like Tyrannosaurus, yeah, this is also from the Saurian game. Holy cow. Work of R.J. Palmer. He did some really excellent stuff here. Basically, that's not like muscle packed into there. That is just sinuses. You know? Would have been air going through there. So, yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. I hope that answers your question there. Who was asking about that? But it was an excellent question. Yeah. Oh, and Glued with Gold says, do we know if there is a common ancestor with the two wing types? Oh, Glued with Gold, excellent question. When we're talking about these critters, birds, pterosaurs, and bats, each one of these had a different ancestor. So this is a beautiful example of what we call convergent evolution. That's why these look different. So in the fossil record, when we find structures that look very, very similar to one another, when they have the same underlying architecture, that's a clue that, like, shoot, these guys probably had a common ancestor. Not probably, it's a slam dunk. They had a common ancestor if the structure is the same. If the structures are different, that points to different ancestries for these critters. And it's super obvious in this particular case because pterosaurs were the first to evolve way back in the Triassic period. Birds evolved like 40 million years later, something like that. And then bats, like more than 100 million years after birds evolved, I think. Birds evolved like 160 million years ago, something like that. Bats are like 50 million years ago. So yeah, so bats evolved like 110 million years after birds did. Bats evolved from, we're still kind of figuring it out, but probably like almost rodent-like ancestors. Birds, of course, we now know evolved from small two-legged feathered meat-eating dinosaurs. And pterosaurs are still a bit of a mystery. We don't know exactly what their ancestor looked like, but we know it's somewhere on the Ornithodyryn Archosaur line. We know what neighborhood they evolved in, basically, but like what their actual ancestor looked like is still tricky. Scleromochlus is the best critter we've got so far. Yeah. There we go. From a little, almost dinosaur-like critter, like this. Kind of like, almost like a Lagasukian or something. Tiniest Triassic reptile is close relative of pterosaurs. There you go. Here's a link. So yeah. Anyway, that's kind of a classic example of convergent evolution, when different critters that they might have a similar feature, like, shoot, they all have wings, but those wings look very, very different, and they have a very different underlying architecture. They work in a completely different way, and that's because they evolved from different ancestors. They're all still wings, though. So it's we see this pattern again and again in evolution where critters that have different starting points might evolve in similar directions because they've got a similar job to do, you know? They kind of hit upon a similar kind of strategy. Not to anthropomorphize them too much, but yeah. And, oh, hello, Moon Pie. How are you doing? Welcome, Moon Pie. How's your afternoon going? Guardian says, does this mean a rock could have existed? Giant bird with 20 to 25 foot wingspan. So we did have birds that were that big, but the legend of the rock is way, way, way bigger than that. That's an animal that ate adult elephants, right? Isn't it supposed to have had like a 300-foot wingspan? But yeah. There were birds with huge wingspans. I think just over 20 feet. Critters like Argentavis, yeah, moon pie. And also the pelagornithid birds also get really big too. I'll show you in a second. Once moon pie calms down a little bit. Oh, good to have you here, moon pie. Here, let's get the cat cam fired up. Cat cam. Yeah, moon pie. Look at you. You're just shedding hair everywhere. And Batu, 1921, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome. Yeah, moon pie loves my cycad here. Thankfully, it's a plastic cycad. A real cycad would be toxic. And she likes to chew on the plastic ones, so this is much more safe for her. Did you pause my music, Moon Pie? You're pressing my Stream Deck buttons. Yeah. Oh, Moon Pie. Yeah. You having a good day? Thanks for coming to visit me. Actually, cats are also a wonderful example of convergent evolution, where cat-like animals have evolved numerous times over the years, because the just overall cat body plan works really well as a mammalian terrestrial predator. So there is this group of mammals called nemiravids that I'll show you in a minute that are not cats. And then even further afield, we get marsupial relatives like Thylacosmilus and them that are nowhere close to cats. They're actually marsupials. They had pouches. And yet sometimes they're called marsupial cats because, well, they're not related to cats at all. But they end up looking superficially like cats just because, yeah, here, critters like, Thylacosmilus. I can't get to my Stream Deck. Alright. Let's take out the brush. Brush you a bit, Moon Pie? There we go. That's the stuff. Yeah. Collect some of that excess hair before it gets into my computer tower. Gums up the works. Yeah. There you go, Moon Pie. Yes. Ah. Yeah. Anyway.
Well, thanks, Present Day Danny.
Well, if you happen to be new around Moon Pie, shoot, wrong button. There we go. So this critter is not a cat. There's a reconstruction of Thylacosmilus right there. This is an animal that's closely related to things like opossums. It's a marsupial, or a stem marsupial, I guess. Yeah. Not a cat. Pretty cool to think about. This is not a cat, and yet it's evolved this very superficially cat-like morphology. Like Moon Pie here. Well, Moon Pie, you are a cat. Your Honor, I am a cat. Glued with Gold says, looks kind of weasel-like to me. Well, so we'll have different artistic depictions here that'll maybe call forth different kinds of different kinds of critters. So some of them might look very, very cat-like. Some of them might be more reminiscent of like an opossum or something like that. But yeah. Here, I wonder if we can find an example. Moon pie, what do you think? You think we can? Phylacospilus, has anybody got a video about this? Yeah, here, let's take a look at this.
A carnivorous marsupial with teeth for days. Was it a throat-slashing predator or a scavenging gut slurper? Little is known about one of the strangest predators of all time.
Yeah, Moon Pie.
This is the Phylacospilus.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Talia Loey Mary, and you're watching Paleologic.
So much hair, Moon Pie.
For
Goodness.
millions of years, from about 50 to 3 million years ago, South America was an isolated continent, and things got a little weird.
In the Miocene, there were giant sloths as large as elephants, armadillos the size of cars, and llamas twice the size of their modern-day relatives. The main predators were large snakes, crocodilians, and 3-meter-tall birds, appropriately called terror birds.
Yeah, forest
This was
rakids.
a land without placental mammal predators, except for a single known carnivorous armadillo. Bears, felines, and wolves wouldn't show up until about 1 million years ago.
Their niche was filled in part by the Spiracodonta order, which were a group of marsupial-like mammals. We're unsure if they were true marsupials or just a sister clade, but they're still thought to have carried their young in a pouch.
These predators convergently evolved into lookalikes of hyenas, wolves, and most amazingly, saber-toothed cats. The most striking example of this was Phylacospilus atrox, who lived in the grasslands of modern-day Argentina between 9 and 3 million years ago.
They're commonly known as the marsupial saber-tooth. So if you've heard about those, we're talking about the same thing.
Their name might
hair on
make
my
it
desk.
sound like they were smiley guys, but these were not animals you wanted to run into. Their scientific name, Phylacospilus atrox, essentially means the cruel sheathed knife.
A little dramatic, but okay.
We don't really know exactly how big they were because we haven't found full body fossils, but extrapolating from the bones that we have, most scientists estimate that it was about the size of a large cougar at 100 kilograms, though some calculate that it could have been up to
Good-sized mammal.
150 kilograms or as large as a jaguar.
But of course, we're here to give the people what they want: gigantic teeth.
The largest Phylacospilus tooth ever found is 15 centimeters long, which made them larger than a saber-toothed cat's relative to their body size.
Yeah.
They grew continuously throughout their life like rodent incisors. Their canines were stowed away in sheaths in their lower jaw, unlike their feline lookalikes who displayed their gigantic mouth daggers on each side of their face for all to see.
This gave them the hefty chin of a soap opera star. But they weren't the only saber-toothed
Wait, what?
analog.
Is that a thing?
Extraordinarily large fangs evolved in at least 5 lineages of mammals. This type of teeth helped predators kill and consume their large prey, most of whom had pretty tough skin.
Again, this is really important to consider. These guys are not the only saber-toothed critters. This kind of morphology evolves again and again throughout the age of mammals. Beautiful examples of convergent evolution. You've got different critters with different ancestors that independently evolve very similar features. Kind of like we were talking about with our pterosaur bird and bat wings. You know, from different ancestors, you get a similar kind of idea, similar kind of thing happening there. That's happening here too.
With analogs.
Extraordinarily large fangs evolved in at least 5 lineages of mammals.
There you go.
This type of teeth helped predators kill and consume their large prey, most of whom
There you go,
had
Cheese.
pretty
Yeah.
tough skin.
Useful adaptation. You
It's
bet.
unfortunate that the world never got to see a battle royale between all the different long-fanged carnivores.
But they lived at different
Smilodons
times.
originated in North America. And by the time they made their way to South America during the Great American Interchange, Thylacosmilus had already disappeared.
Thylacosmilus's prey is believed to have been mostly the now extinct nodoungulates, an order of ungulates that lived in South America until about 15,000 years ago. Some species, like the Nesodon and Mixotoxodon, resembled modern rhinos, and the largest species were over 3,000 kilograms.
It's unclear how Thylacosmilus used their fangs. Smilodon had powerful jaws that helped them dispatch their prey by biting them in their head or neck. Kinda like a clouded leopard, the fangiest living cat.
Yeah, they've got the longest
Recent
canines
studies
of any
suggest
extant
that
cat, proportional to body
Thylacosmilus
size.
likely didn't behave exactly like saber-toothed cats. Their jaws were too weak and their skulls too fragile to support the
Isn't that
immense
neat,
amount
Cheese?
of pressure
Yeah.
required to break bones.
And we do have skin impressions
And
of some of
while
these. We
saber-toothed
actually have
cats
preserved fur
basically
from some
had
of these.
knife mouths, the
Those are so recent.
Thylacosmilus canines were more triangular and claw-shaped. Most predators have front-facing eyes, which creates stereoscopic vision and improves depth perception, which is crucial during the hunt. The Thylacosmilus had them more to the side of their head, and only a small fraction of their field of view could be seen with both their eyes.
All of this has led some scientists to believe that they were most likely scavengers rather than hunters.
I don't know if I buy that idea. Yeah. Just because you don't have forward-facing eyes does not mean that you are not a predator. You know? Doesn't mean that you're a scavenger, and certainly doesn't mean that you're an herbivore. A lot of dinosaurs didn't have forward-facing eyes. Animals like, you know, Allosaurus. These are... would have been consummate predators. Even if they have eyes that stick out to the sides, rather than, you know, straight ahead. They may have still had some degree of, like, stereoscopic vision, but, like, their eyes are definitely facing to the sides. I think that's a very, like, mammal-centric view of things. It's like, oh, well, most animals today that are terrestrial predators, large terrestrial predators, charismatic ones like lions or tigers or whatever, they've got forward-facing eyes. But yeah, that's a phylogenetic signal rather than something that's, like, ecological, you know? Anyway.
This and the fact that we haven't found one with incisors, which are the front teeth used for shredding meat, suggests that they might have been soft organ specialists. No other animal is known to have exhibited this behavior. Fangs are really good at piercing skin, but not as great at separating meat from bone.
True.
Imagine trying to eat a huge steak with no front teeth and no way to cut it.
Ungoy says, do scavengers have a physiology? I mean, every creature has physiology, Ungoy. But do you mean, like, scavengers, is there, like, a strong physiological signal for scavenging? I mean, it depends what kind of a scavenger you are, you know? Because there's different strategies for scavenging as well. There's no just one way to be a scavenger, you know? You could be like a turkey vulture where you're flying tremendous distances and you're smelling prey out using your freakishly large olfactory bulbs, kind of like we saw in our Tyrannosaurus brain earlier. But you're like exerting very little energy, just soaring through the air on thermals and stuff, barely ever flapping your wings. It's a very efficient way of traveling over wide distances to find carcasses. You get other scavengers like hyenas, which also do a lot of hunting too. Scavengers will often kill and eat live prey. There's other scavengers like, I don't know, hagfish or, you know, Pacific sleeper sharks, and I don't know. There's so many different ways to be a scavenger that it gets tricky. You know, there's no magic bullet where it's like, oh, if we see this one feature in an extinct animal, we know it was a scavenger. It's not that simple, unfortunately. Or maybe fortunately. That means that things are complex and interesting and cool and fascinating. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Doomguy says, what is the weirdest dinosaur out there? Weirdest dinosaur out there today might be... Yeah. Maybe this one? Yeah, that's a bird right there. They're pretty weird. Bird of paradise? Yeah, they get pretty weird. Here's a person who made a bird of paradise costume. That's very unsettling. Something about that just, oof. Yeah. I don't know. Some pretty weird modern dinosaurs. Yeah. Yeah. Some pretty weird dinosaurs here. Yeah. It's incredibly weird. These are my bet for the weirdest dinosaurs. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, he's cleaning up his bachelor pad. Yeah. That's how Blue flirts. Really, Lenina? By cleaning the house? And me too. Savas, me too. They changed their eye color. That's nuts. Again, look. They literally changed their eye color. So weird and cool. No, they literally changed their eye color, Kleber. Yeah. Yeah. She's like, oh my. Oh my. Oh. Oh my, she says. Whoa. Yeah. She's got the vapors, yeah. Isn't this cool, Incal? Yeah. Alright, let's give them some privacy. Oh, and they're done. Okay, that was fast. Here's a link to that video, by the way, from Netflix. Our Planet, Birds of Paradise. My pick for the weirdest dinosaurs that we have around today. Yeah. You want to be in that editing room? Isn't that great, Ungoy? Yeah. We actually do have evidence that dinosaurs had mating dances and mating displays like this as well. Yeah, here we go. Yep. Dinosaurs perform dances to woo mates according to new evidence. Yeah, we actually have fossil trackways that show basically like a mating dance. Like scrape marks in the ground from both hind feet like that, from these big, probably Carcharodontosaur dinosaurs, similar to like Acrocanthosaurus. And those match really well with modern birds like sage grouse or prairie chickens. They exhibit a very, similar kind of behavior, and the track marks look the same, which is really cool. So, here's a link to that, if you'd like to read about it. Yeah, lecking, exactly, Salamander, yeah. Here, Here, take a look at this. Here's sage grouse doing that here. Incredibly weird birds also. So that they gather in these communal areas called leks. And this is a male calling to potential mates, calling to females. Inflating this like chest pouch he's got there. Really cool. Valiant Cheese says, what are birds? They're dinosaurs, Valiant Cheese. That's why they're so cool. So you get all of these sage grouse that show up in the same area, and they'll fight. The males will fight each other, and then they'll show off their inflatable throat pouches and stuff. And then they'll do this kind of like stomping thing with their feet, and that's a very similar pattern to what we see in those dinosaur tracks. And here we go. This is, again, from Prehistoric Planets, but kind of feeding on that idea of the sage grouse and the lecking and all that stuff and the inflatable throat pouches. You get this.
Dreadnoughtus.
I love that they threw these little enantiornithine birds into here to give you a sense of scale. So you understand how big these animals are. They're as big as like 10 elephants. Just enormous. Yeah. And Dan the BC Man, thank you. You have a great weekend too.
Titanosaur. 85 feet long and weighing 40 tons. All males, and they're many miles from their rich forest feeding grounds.
So these are animals that weigh more than like a regional jet.
They come here for only one reason: to fight for the chance to mate.
Yeah.
Crowds of females scrutinize the newly arriving males, assessing their strength and suitability.
Ungoy says, how complete of a skeleton have we found of these guys? For Dreadnoughtus in particular, this might be the most complete large titanosaur that we have. The most complete of the like super large sauropod dinosaurs. Let's see. Ken Lacavera Dreadnoughtus. Here we go.
Dinosaurs like this are
here, take a look.
So you're looking at the remains of a new genus and species of dinosaur, the most complete skeleton ever found of a super massive animal, and in life fleshed out. This would have weighed 65 tons, and to put that in perspective, a full-grown bull African elephant weighs about 5 tons. So you're looking at an animal that is equivalent to a dozen giant elephants smushed into one body.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
So,
and how big of a team? Big team. Yeah.
The femur is...
my old boss, Jack Horner, he dug up a few sauropods in his day, and he didn't always enjoy doing that because it's so much work. At one point, Jack Horner recorded some audio for like an audio tour at Museum of the Rockies, and he talks about sauropods a bit as you're taking this audio tour throughout the museum. And I had some friends who are like, that's the first time I've ever heard Jack Horner speak about sauropod dinosaurs without just cussing up a storm. Just swear words left and right. It's the first time he hasn't done that, because normally when he's talking about sauropods, they're just too big. And it just provokes all kinds of expletives from Jack, because they're just too big. They're such a pain in the butt to dig up. The amount of effort that you take to dig up an entire skeleton of a smaller dinosaur, it's like the same amount of effort to dig up a single bone from one of these guys. Sometimes.
6 feet tall. The upper arm bone, the humerus, is almost as tall as I am. The tail bones are gargantuan with huge muscle scars.
There you go. Yeah. You know right away that it's a sauropod, though. Holy cow.
That was 30 feet long. One vertebra in the neck is over a yard across. So this incredibly large and muscled individual that would have feared nothing.
Need a jacket? Exactly. Because, jacket them and flip them,
This class of turn of the last century battleship called the dreadnoughts, which were huge, thickly clad and impervious. And as a result, I've decided to name this dinosaur Dreadnoughtus, or fears nothing. I think it's finally time that herbivores get their due. Other very large dinosaurs like this are generally known from only a couple of bones. In many cases, 1, 2, 3 bones, and this one is represented by over 100 elements.
Over 100 elements!
Paleontologists are going to have a look at...
When we say elements, we mean like individual bones.
Skeleton of one of the most massive
claws, teeth,
creatures
etc.
ever walk the earth. So there are a lot of good places to look for.
And there's no skull for. We hardly ever find the skulls of sauropods, Valiant Cheese. The skull is usually the most delicate part of the whole animal, because it's at the end of a very long neck, and it's again. So even with Camarasaurus, we were talking about earlier, with this animal, the skull is this is a very robust skull for a sauropod. But even the most robust of sauropod skulls tend to be very light and airy. Look at how thin these bones are in here. And then the connection between the skull and the neck is often very delicate in sauropods. So, like, after the animal dies, maybe one of the first things that happens is the head falls off, or the head gets eaten by predators. Predators who are after the eyes or the brain or whatever. These soft bits in here, they just tear that skull apart. Scavengers would make quick work of a skull like that. And so, as a result, between scavenging and between the tendency for the head to fall off, and then also just how delicate the bones of the skull are in sauropods, we very rarely find their skulls. In fact, sometimes we as dinosaur paleontologists joke that like, oh yeah, we're not certain that certain sauropods even had skulls. We never found them. Of course they had skulls, but we like to joke about that, you know? Yeah. A diagonal says, so a common cause of sauropod death is losing their head. I mean, I don't know if that's what caused them to die, but I don't know. Think if you were a big theropod dinosaur, say stalking across the plains of the Morrison Formation, an animal like Torvosaurus, you know. This animal just looking for a sauropod meal. Maybe the easiest thing to do is just sneak up on a sauropod and quickly bite off its head. You know? I don't think they were actually doing that, because if they were on a regular basis, you would imagine that sauropods would evolve some sort of a defense against that. armored necks or something like that. We don't see that kind of morphology. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah. Doom Guy says it might have hunted Stegosaurus too. Well, here's a Torvosaurus going after a Portuguese Stegosaur. Not Stegosaurus per se, but maybe Lexavosaurus or something like that. Maybe Miragaia. But yeah. I'm sure Torvosaurus ate whatever it could catch. You know? Yeah. But anyway. Yeah. Camellia Hyacinth says, I feel like paleontologists have to be very artistic or creative by nature to be able to come up with concepts on what these dinosaurs look like. Dinosaur people in particular do have a fruit fly. Hang on, let me see if I can capture this fruit fly alive. I think I got it. Let me go put this fly outside. I'll be right back. And then I'll tell you about dinosaur paleontologists and drawing. I'll be right back, okay?
What you're doing?
All right, thank you for your patience. Yeah. I hope I didn't squish that fruit fly in the process. It wasn't moving around too fast when I let it go, but, you know, I tried. So I remember my old mentor at Berkeley, when I was in high school, talking about, she's like, what is it with, she's a mammal and turtle paleontologist. She studies fossil mammals and fossil turtles. And she was like, Danny, what is it with dinosaur paleontology, with dinosaur people and drawing? So many dinosaur people are good at drawing and they really enjoy, like, what is that? And I think there might be a disproportionate number of people who enjoy drawing who study dinosaurs, because think about it, when you're growing up as a dinosaur-obsessed kid, one of the primary ways in which you express your love for and fascination with dinosaurs is to draw them. I have I don't know how testable this hypothesis is, but I have a hypothesis that people who are quote-unquote good at drawing are just people who really enjoyed drawing when they were kids, and they kind of never stopped doing that. They practiced it a lot. I'm not super convinced of the idea that, like, oh, well, certain people are just, they've got a natural artistic talent for drawing, and other people are just born without that. I don't really think that's how it works. I suspect that a lot of it is just behavioral. It's how much do you practice this sort of thing? Do you enjoy doing it, and so do you hone those skills, and do you retain that into adulthood? Do you continue to improve over the years? Or do you decide that drawing is not fun or not cool or whatever, and so you completely lose whatever ability you had for that when you were a kid later on?
Wasn't it a meteor?
They're all meat eaters. Meteor. Take it easy.
Gas the Kitman and their 7 raiders are all meat eaters too.
Gaz the Kitman, thank you for the raid, and welcome to Paleontologizing. And Maptai, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Oh yeah. How was your stream, Gaz? I hope it was really good. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. What did you get up to? Tell me about how your stream went. I want to hear about it. Welcome back. Yeah. Maptai says you look kind of like a young Jonathan Frakes in Star Trek, respectfully. Maptai, I think we've gotten that one before, haven't we? Here we go. Yeah. Let's see. Riker from Star Trek. That counts, right? Right? Maptai, thank you for being here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And Guest Kitman says, "'Twas fun, thanks. Sonic 3. Well. And Gaz, awesome. I'm glad you had a good time. Welcome to Paleontologizing. For anybody who's just tuning in right now, or who came in with the raid, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some science outreach, trying to do my duty as a scientist to reach out to the public, answer your questions, and to the extent that I can, peel back the curtain to show you how my science works, to show you, give you an inside peek into the inner workings of paleontology, fossil science. So, I'm glad you're here. Let me know if you've got any questions. Yeah. Here, scroll up. And rest is talent, which you can train up. The Mirrodin, that makes some sense. Yeah. I think a lot of people have potential to grow whatever innate talent might be in there, and a lot of people just don't do that because they don't enjoy it. What Casey Snowart has to say here, I am curious about. Because Casey's an accomplished artist herself. I agree, Danny. Art is a skill that you either decide to develop or you don't. People like to associate this mystical inborn quality, but it's really like any other skill, says Casey. Being a good artist is all about honing your ability to observe and communicate visually. Agreed 1,000,000% there. Casey, yes. It reminds me of, I have a cousin. He's really more of an uncle, because he's not as old as my parents, but he's like way older than me. My cousin Jeff. He's my great aunt's son. Does that make him a second cousin? I don't know how these things work. Anyway, at one point when I was in like middle school, maybe I was in 5th grade actually, he took me out for like a day out. We went to an art museum. We went out to lunch. We went to an art supply store. And he got me a sketchbook. Big, beautiful sketchbook. Some sketch pencils and kneaded erasers and stuff like that. Because he knew that I was really interested in learning to draw, and I'm really enthusiastic about drawing things like dinosaurs. And he took the time to write out a message for me on the first page of the sketchbook, just like advice about art, advice about life. And so there's all this stuff about it. He really emphasized the importance of practice to hone your artistic skills. He talks about how art, sketching, drawing is the art of seeing. It's the ability to see something and just kind of superimpose the lines there in your head and then translate that to paper. And the more you practice that, the better you get at it. So there was some artistic advice, and then I think he was thinking like, oh, Danny's in 5th grade. Let me try and give him some life advice here too, which turned out to be really helpful. He in trying to give me some life advice, he said, girls are impressed by confidence, leadership, and a sense of humor. He said, drawing will not help you in this regard. He says, I can give you one piece of advice, though, about girls, and it's that if you ever decide to draw a portrait of a girl in an effort to impress her, I guess, make sure you give her a small nose, even if she has a big one. And that's advice that I have followed, and it's advice that's been very helpful. So, yeah. Never forgot that. Yeah. But yeah. Casey Snort says, when I was a teacher, I would always challenge my students to look at what they are drawing other than their paper. Look at what they are drawing other than paper. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. And there you go, Charles Strike. Yeah. I feel like there's a story there behind that piece of advice that you can give me too, but yeah. Anyway, where were we? Shoot, we were talking about this. We were talking about Dreadnoughtus. We were talking about. Oh yeah, shoot. Let's get back to this, and then we'll get back into our dinosaur discussion.
The Titanosaur's immense necks are supported by an ultra-lightweight, air-filled skeleton.
Yep. And
they're hollow.
This is, of course, based on real fossil evidence. One of my favorite recent figures in a dinosaur paper is this one right here by friend and colleague Carrie Woodruff. I used to dig dinosaurs with Carrie in Montana years ago. He's a sauropod expert, and this is a diagram from one of his papers of this dinosaur that had respiratory infection in its neck bones. Because the respiratory system of dinosaurs like the sauropod also goes way up through the neck, and everything that you see here in blue is air. Whether it's these big electric blue air sacs, or whether it's this kind of like dark gray blue lungs, or whether it's these sky blue pneumaticities, hollows in the vertebrae that are hooked up to the lungs and the air sacs. This is all part of the respiratory system of this animal, just like in modern birds that are all full of air. They've got hollow bones, they've got air sacs and pneumaticity throughout their skeleton. Sauropod dinosaurs had the same thing. And that's reflected in this video here, which I think is really neat.
Titanosaur's immense necks are supported by an ultra-lightweight, air-filled skeleton.
Yeah.
Their hollow neck bones are connected to a series of bellows that inflate bizarre gular air sacs.
Yep. We don't know if they had air sacs like that. This is purely speculative right here. But there are modern birds that have this. Lots and lots of different modern birds. There are lots of different birds with inflatable throat pouches. From these, I think, frigate birds, to various kinds of cranes, to, there we go, prairie chickens and sage grouse. There, that looks like a marabou stork, but I'm not sure if it's some other kind of stork, probably. There's a marabou stork right there, with an inflatable pouch. Yeah. So this is common in modern dinosaurs, in birds. So it's a bit of speculation here that I think makes a lot of sense. And I think it's a different pouch, Mirrodin. I think it's different. Different from like a pelican.
Those males with the most impressive displays will attract the most females.
Yeah. And then, yeah, they get into a fight here. Where was that?
The Titanosaur's immense necks are supported by an ultra-lightweight, air-filled skeleton.
Yeah, we got to that already.
Those males with the most impressive displays will attract the most females.
Could it be they had extendable necks like the green heron? Very different next gen low. Because herons have got...
White with dust has held the center stage for 2 weeks.
Herons have got really weird neck vertebrae. Herons can practically tie their necks into a knot. These dinosaurs could not do that. They had much more stiff necks.
And his display has, so far, intimidated all challengers.
Valiant cheese, yeah. And diagonal, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking when I watched this. I'm like, what in the world are these animals eating? Are they just fasting for a whole week here? Some animals do that.
Arrival is not deterred.
They're fighting. Fight! Like giraffes fighting next gen though, yeah. They've been eating the tension in the air. Yeah, it's so thick you could cut it with a knife. And maybe saute it with a little olive oil. Ungoy says, do we know that they could stand on their hind legs? That is an excellent question, and my answer is they must have been able to, because I mean, not to get too graphic, but how else would they have made it if they couldn't do that? You know? And be careful about speculating about that in the chat with graphic terms, because Automod might get you. But Valiant Cheese says prehensile bits? I mean, maybe, but like, these animals do... I agree with Bob Bacher about this, about these animals being, I think, supremely well situated for being able to rear up on their hind legs. Let me show you in a book here this idea. Oh, hang on. Our camera's frozen again. There we go.
With massive jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth, Tyrannosaurus rex was a terrifying sight.
Yo.
Chris Beaver, long time no see. How are you doing, Chris Beaver? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for staying subscribed. 44 months right there, Chris Beaver. How is life? How are things? I hope you're doing well. It's great to see you, Chris Beaver. Howdy, howdy. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. One of our longest running supporters, of course. Wonderful Chris Beaver. 44 months. Yeah. Impressive. Impressive. Here, I'm gonna grab that book. Where's my Bacher 1986? Oh, shoot. No, fall over. There it is. See, it's hiding behind this part right here. That's why it's so easy to miss. But in Bob Bacher's very popular and thought-provoking and sometimes very frustrating book, The Dinosaur Heresies. He's got a lot of rearing sauropods in this book. Really like Bakker's art style. And, shoot, even just right here, there's a rearing diplodocid dinosaur right there. Another one right there. Yeah, tubal brontosaurus there. And he talks about that in his chapter on the evolution of angiosperms. This book was a huge influence on me when I was a kid. And, still think about it sometimes. But yeah. This idea that sauropod dinosaurs could rear up on their hind limbs like this, I find very convincing. Their center of gravity would be somewhere like just forward of the hips, it seems, and so I think that's very, very possible that they would have been able to rear up on their hind limbs like that. Yeah. Yeah. The yield stress of a brontosaurus. I don't know, I'm not an engineer, Caterpillar, but, yeah. And he was in all the 90s documentaries thing. The producers loved him because he's so theatrical on camera. Yeah, those bones would be under some stresses. It's true, Hannies, but when you consider that these animals were full of air like this, it starts to make a lot more sense. I think a lot of our weight estimates for sauropods are too high. I think a lot of these kind of fail to consider how much air was inside these animals, how pneumatized they were. So yeah. And Miss Heyer, I did not see that. Miss Heyer says, presumably the pelvic bone could suggest how much leg rotation was possible, as they could stand up if shown here. So, dinosaur hips, there's a lot of wiggle room in there. The hips of sauropods are often the acetabulum, which is the part of the hip that the femoral head fits into. There's often a lot of play in there. So yeah, it's ambiguous as to whether or not that supports this idea, I suppose. Yeah. And we'll get to that soon, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. I've got about another 45 minutes before I gotta go, I think. But yeah. And Ellie Lassetti says, more oxygen back then? That's not actually true. Yeah. It seems like oxygen levels during the age of the dinosaurs were about the same as today, or maybe even a little bit lower. We know that carbon levels were certainly higher in the atmosphere. We think that oxygen may have actually been a little bit lower. So it's because of these amazing evolutionary adaptations that these animals had that allowed them to gain such tremendous sizes. Rather than some sort of cheat code like, oh, there was just more oxygen, or Earth had less gravity back then, or something. That's definitely not the case. But yeah, that is a great myth to add to the list, Lenina. You're right about that. Let's put that on there, and let's get rid of some of these tabs. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah. Get the formatting the same. Let's go ahead and go like this. And yeah. There we go. Good stuff. Yeah, that is definitely another misconception. I don't know if it's a top misconception, but it's one of them. Yeah. Yeah. Unless gravity makes no sense, you're right, Miss Hire. Yeah. Because gravity is a consequence of mass, and the mass of the Earth has not changed dramatically since the time of the dinosaurs. Or we would know about it, you know? But yeah. The Earth didn't suddenly gain mass. Exactly, Miss Hire. Yeah. And Elila City says the tides were higher, though. Well, the moon used to be closer to the Earth, so the tides did used to be higher. You were right about that. Yeah. Days were shorter during the Mesozoic. There were more days in a year. But yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Mirrodin says just to be difficult, the Earth does have more gravity now because of meteorites and stuff, but barely any difference. Yeah. Not materially different. It'll be some, minuscule decimal percent, yeah. And not that time went faster, but the Earth's rotation was faster back then, Caterpiggle. That's tied, I think, to the moon growing more distant from the Earth very slowly over time. I think that has something to do with the Earth also slowing in its rotation. So I've heard an estimate that, back in the late Jurassic, when dinosaurs when Stegosaurus and Allosaurus were doing their thing. That there would have been 377 days in a year back then. It's not like there was more time, it's just that the Earth rotated more slowly. A day is the amount of time that the Earth takes to do a full rotation. So if it rotates more slowly, then you'll have fewer days in a year. Does that make sense? Yeah, and longer days. Exactly, Elila said it, yeah. Valiant Cheese says the Earth spun faster, so the centrifugal force made them lighter. Valiant Cheese is doing some Calvin and Hobbes, Calvin's dad logic there. Yeah. Yeah. Calvin Hobbes. How do they know the load limit on bridges, Dad? Calvin asks as he sees the sign. His dad says they drive bigger and bigger trucks over the bridge until it breaks. Then they weigh the last truck and rebuild the bridge. He says, oh, I should have guessed. His mom says, dear, if you don't know the answer, just tell him. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Yeah. That's basically how you build... That is how you play Bridge Builder, isn't it, Valiant Cheese? I've seen Ios play that. And Salamander, sage as always, says, so true, though. Never be afraid to say you don't know. Exactly. I don't know is one of the most powerful phrases in science. Because... well, it might lead you to discover something new. You know? Yeah. That's an exciting phrase in science because it means that there is still some... If you don't just say, I don't know, but we don't know. Nobody knows. That's a really, really powerful phrase in science, and it's super exciting because it means that there is something out there to be discovered. There are new discoveries to be made. Someone will make a career out of answering these questions, which still exist, still tantalize us. Yeah. Oh, hello, Minnie Pie. Are you coming to say hello, or are you going to use a litter box? Hey, Minnie. I think we might get a mini pie visit, chat. Well, well, well. Minnie. Oh, you know that sound. You know that sound. That's the treat sound. Yeah. There we go. Mini pie, how are you doing? What's shaking, Minnie? You having a good evening so far? And Miss Hire, I appreciate that. We do our best to keep things accessible and family friendly and just appropriate for all kinds of viewers. Mini pie. Except maybe those viewers who might be deathly afraid of cats. So there's nothing I can do about that nowadays. These are, according to the lease, these cats are my landlords. After I moved in here, and they must be appeased at all times. Yes. Oh. Mini pie. Hey. Yeah, oh, you know that smell. Take a look. Oh, good stuff. Good stuff, mini pie. Yeah, oh, there you go. Okay. Want to be furtive right now? Don't want to be too friendly? That's okay. That's okay. Yeah. And thing 1 of 2. You sleep well and sweet dreams. Thing 1 of 2. By the way, you should know, thing, I'm going to be streaming again tomorrow. Special Saturday stream. A rare and beautiful Saturday stream is happening tomorrow for St. Patrick's Day. We're having a St. Patrick's Day biogeography special to talk about how that fraud St. Paddy claimed to have driven snakes out of Ireland. Ireland never had any snakes to start with. We're talking about biogeography. We're talking about where snakes occur and where they don't, and the different geographical constraints that exist on certain species, and why biogeography matters. Yeah. And fishy fruits, yes indeed. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. So yeah, Saturday stream tomorrow. Excited. Anyway, top public misconceptions about dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are extinct. Humans and dinosaurs live together. Everything paleontology. What else? Let's see. Another one to add. Here. In order to keep the formatting correct, let's just go like this. Dinosaurs all lived at the same time. And no. The age of dinosaurs spanned across about 160 million years. During that time, cast of dinosaur characters was constantly evolving and changing. An example of this is this lovely infographic here. This is just in the US state of Utah. We've got over 115 dinosaur species in 27 sequential fauna levels. 27 different casts of dinosaur characters here. You get big extinction events that knock off a bunch of dinosaurs and make space for other groups to evolve, like at the end of the Jurassic period. At the end of the Morrison Formation here in Utah, your classic dinosaurs like Allosaurus and Stegosaurus, Apatosaurus, aka Brontosaurus, Diplodocus, and Barosaurus, and Brachiosaurus, they all go extinct right there. only a few species kind of survive, and then you get reinvasion of other dinosaurs from other parts of the world that appear in Utah and do their thing, like yeah, like the therizinosaurs, and the mierosaurs, critters like that. Anyway, this is a really, really cool graphic, and I'll give you a link to it right there. So yeah. Yeah. And Mishired, that is another myth, yeah. Yeah, although that kind of ties into one that we were talking about earlier. Yeah. So yeah. Holy Lifton says that's a lot of guesswork on chart. No, this is based on, well, what do you mean guesswork? Holy Lifton, do you want to elaborate? Yeah. And that is another one, Diagonal, that we'll get into. Yes, I have that one written down on another list. We'll do that one too. Sweetie Pie, how are you doing? Hey, don't eat that hair. Stop. The hair that I brushed off of Moon Pie earlier, Sweetie Pie is currently eating that. Sweetie Pie, I was about to give you a treat, but I don't want to reward that kind of behavior. You can come up onto the desk if you want to, but I'm afraid I can't offer you a treat now. Sorry. Oh, and I get it. Holy Lifton. Okay. Yeah. And very funny, Caterpiggle. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. And another one right here. Let's just grab this for the formatting. There we go. All creatures that lived back then were dinosaurs. And this is very much not true. The Mesozoic era was teeming with all kinds of critters. I'm going to say many kinds of critters. All sounds too all-encompassing. Different organisms. And dinosaurs are only those that evolved from a dinosaur ancestor. There we go. This is huge because both this one and this one are kind of reinforced by... These are misperceptions that people don't even realize they have, and some of those come from stuff like this. You know, like a pack of assorted plastic dinosaurs like this. That you might get from a dollar store, or however much dollar stores cost nowadays with inflation. But let's, here. Let us annotate this real quick. And there we go. Let's talk about it. So which of these are not dinosaurs? This one right here. Not a dinosaur. That's a pterosaur. Pterosaurs are outside of the dinosaur family tree. Here's a plesiosaur right here. Right there. Not a dinosaur. Here's a pelycosaur. This is a kind of synapsid, like a mammal relative. Not a dinosaur. Here's another one right there, too. Also not a dinosaur. Very Dimetrodon-looking one right there. I think the rest of these are good. Yeah, these guys aren't even from the age of dinosaurs. But, yeah. I hope that makes some sense right there. There were lots and lots and lots of different critters that lived at the same time as the dinosaurs, or at different times, that were not dinosaurs. Dinosaurs, why the reason we call them dinosaurs is because they are part of a specific clade. So, they evolved from a dinosaur ancestor. Again, the way that we classify living things as scientists is based on what they're actually related to. And what does that mean? Well, creatures are actually related to one another through evolution. They evolve from common ancestors, and then they diversify and split.
Chuck, it's Marvin! Your cousin, Marvin Barry!
Well.
That new sound you looking for? Well, listen to this!
Upbeat Defeat, thank you so much for the raid, and how did your stream go? I hope it was really good. You were here in chat earlier, now you're raiding in? I really appreciate that. Thank you, Upbeat. Hope you had a wonderful stream. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. So, what is a dinosaur? And what isn't? Well, dinosaur. In order to be a dinosaur, you have to have evolved from a dinosaur ancestor. This is fundamental to how we as scientists classify living things. It's not based on vibes. It's not based on like, oh, this looks like that, or classification is not some sort of like arbitrary thing in biology. You know, is a hot dog a sandwich? Oh, everybody's got an opinion on that. At the end of the day, who cares? Well, some people care, clearly. But when we're talking about classification of living things like this, it's based on something that's actually real. There is an actual objective answer that we're seeking, that we're trying to uncover. And it's because living things evolve. They change. One species can split into two, which those can later split as well, and then you get all of this remarkable biodiversity. Dinosaurs, the reason that why we consider them a true group of animals is because they evolved from a single common ancestor, which we're still kind of looking for, but all the signs point to them evolving from a single common ancestor about 240 million years ago. So anything that evolved from that ancestor and it inherited all of these anatomical traits that we can study and use to group them together, that's why we know they came from a common ancestor, is because they've got this unique suite of characteristics that all go back to a particular point in time and a particular species. We haven't found that exact species yet, but it seems to be very, very similar to a dinosaur called Eoraptor. Eoraptor is very, very close to like filling that gap, to being that ancestral dinosaur, as it were. Eoraptor. It's so primitive that we can't even really classify it easily into a particular group of dinosaurs, because it's got characteristics of both sauropods and theropods. But there should be an ancestor to Eoraptor, and its kin that also includes traits of the Ornithischian dinosaurs. And we haven't found that yet. We should be able to find something a little bit earlier than Eoraptor that also brings in this side of the dinosaur family tree. The Ornithischians, like the Thyreophorans and the Sauropods. Not sauropods, but Sauropods. That's a term I don't use very often because some people find it confusing. But sauropods are the ornithopods and the marginocephalians, the ceratopsians and the pachycephalosaurs. Together, their powers combined, they are the sauropods. You don't see this term used all that often because it's easy to confuse with sauropods. But yeah. Sear in the flavors. There you go, Reese. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. And Valiant She says, I can't remember the specifics. It was defined as everybody who's an ancestor of the last common ancestor of two dinosaur species, right? Yeah. So the cladistic definition of dinosaur is you can use a few different like end groups to classify it, but usually it is the last common ancestor of Triceratops horridus, which it should actually be Triceratops prorsus. They need to change that, because Triceratops prorsus is after, but whatever. Triceratops, and then a modern bird, like say a magpie, or a house sparrow is kind of the classic one. Passera domesticus, the English sparrow, or house sparrow. So the cladistic definition for a dinosaur is the house sparrow. I know that's a magpie, but pretend it's a house sparrow. The house sparrow, Triceratops, and their most recent common ancestor, and all of the descendants of that most recent common ancestor. That is the cladistic definition of what a dinosaur is. Does that make sense? Yeah. And shoot, if we look up dinosaur on Wikipedia, you'll probably see that let's see. Definition of dinosaurs. Here we go. Under phylogenetic nomenclature, dinosaurs are usually defined as the group consisting of the most recent common ancestor of Triceratops and modern birds, Neornithes, and all its descendants. There you go. Here's a link to that if you're curious. Yeah. Good stuff. And Valiant She says, does our use of this clade predate the acknowledgement that birds are dinosaurs? I'm always curious about how the initial ideas came about. No, it's only after we recognized that birds are dinosaurs did that kind of seal the deal that dinosaurs seem to be a clade unto themselves. If you look at old definitions of this kind of thing, here. Let me see if I can find this for you. Yeah, dinosaurs, the terrible lizards. This is from 1976. And what are dinosaurs here? Yeah. Oh, so dramatic.
Yeah. From prehistoric time, a battle to the death between two great dinosaurs. A battle that took place more than 130 million years ago.
Yeah, 150 million years ago for
land animals that ever lived.
Yeah, but anyway, what are dinosaurs? I think we talk about a definition here.
What animals are alive today that could be relatives or even descendants of the terrible lizards?
We're often asked if there are any living dinosaurs. The answer is a very definite no. We know all of the large animals on the surface of the earth, and we know practically all of the large animals in the ocean today. There are no living dinosaurs, and their only living relatives are the crocodiles.
This is before we recognize that birds indeed are living dinosaurs, you know? Poor Sam Wells right there. I've got a lot of respect for Samuel P. Wells, Valiant Cheese, but there was no general consensus that birds are dinosaurs until, like, at least the 1990s. You know?
But are they? Some evidence suggests there may be many more.
From further back, we might even view the birds as distant relatives of the dinosaurs, in as much as birds and dinosaurs had a common ancestry towards the beginning of the age of reptiles.
One day, scientists may prove that every feathered animal alive is descended from some of the smaller types of dinosaurs.
Yep. What's funny is that the researchers at Encyclopedia Britannica producing this film in the mid-1970s, they clearly stumbled upon some paleontologists who were willing at the time to say, yes, birds are living dinosaurs. This is a new up-and-coming idea, but all the people that they interviewed, whether it's Juan Langston here or whether it's Sam Wells, they're both like, nah. So yeah.
Birds are one class of the vertebrate branch of life on Earth today. Those animals that have a spinal column or backbone supporting their skeletons. Some vertebrates adapted to life in the sky, others to life in the sea. There are thousands of species of fishes. Vertebrates such as salamanders and frogs are amphibians, living both on land and in the water. A highly specialized class is the mammals, warm-blooded animals that breastfeed their young. Finally, there are the reptiles. Today, this class contains about 6,000 species of lizards, snakes, crocodiles, and turtles. They are all that remain of the incredible variety of reptilian life that once existed, that once ruled the Earth.
No, there's
the
birds too.
The importance of the reptiles is that they were the dominant animals. They were the animals occupying the swamps, the highlands, and the air and the sea.
And 6,000 species? I think it's more than that, Charlie's Dragon. Let's take a look. Yeah. So I think it's closer to like 20,000 species. But part of that is that we now include birds as part of the reptile group, because birds are dinosaurs. So, sauropsids here. Yeah, 21,000 species. But about 10,000 species of those are birds. Yeah. See, birds, 10,002 species here. But that still leaves over 10,000 species, 11,000 species. As for lepidosaurs, which are lizards and snakes and tuatara, there's 10,910 species. And then for turtles, only 231 species nowadays? Holy cow, that's not very many. Way less than it used to be. And then crocodilians, 23 species today. So yeah. We'll never really know all the species, but we can have a good estimate. Caterpillar, yeah. Anyway, what... I don't know if this documentary is going to talk about... Let's continue for a minute and see if they get to it, or maybe I just need to show you in a diagram. Yeah, not dinosaurs, these guys.
Dinosaurs came in all shapes and sizes. The smallest ones were probably about the bulk of a turkey. This one here, an armored dinosaur known as Ankylosaurus, is about intermediate size. And then they range all the way up to these gigantic amphibious dinosaurs such as the Diplodocus.
Oh boy.
And Diplodocus was by no means the biggest of the dinosaurs. Another type known as Brachiosaurus was at least twice the size of a Diplodocus.
Duckbills were the most numerous of all dinosaurs.
That's Juan Langston right there, Ungoy, who is known for his discovery of Quetzalcoatlus. Right here.
The pterodactyls.
This is a display and preparation of what is probably currently the most famous fossil bone on record. The object here is a replica of the
he found it.
upper arm bone.
Or he described it at
from
least.
The wing of a flying reptile found in West Texas. And after careful study, it is clear that this bone represents the largest flying creature ever found.
Yeah.
The wingspan of this flying monster would have been about 15.5 meters.
Yeah, it's a big critter. It's a big critter. Anyway, up until like the 1990s, there was this idea that dinosaurs were not a proper clade unto themselves. That they actually consisted of like two different groups of reptile that weren't necessarily super closely related. The Ornithischians and the Saurischians. Which these are two different groups of dinosaurs today. But there was an idea that, like, oh, dinosaur is really just a name for these two separate groups of reptiles. The Saurischians, aka lizard-hipped dinosaurs, and the Ornithischians, represented by Stegosaurus here, the bird-hipped dinosaurs. And like, oh, dinosaurs are just what we call this two different groups of reptiles. Now we recognize these guys seem to have had a common ancestor, and they're each other's closest relatives, so they actually form a proper clade. Dinosaurs are a real phylogenetic group. So yeah. But if you go back to, like, if any of you have say a dictionary from the 1950s or 60s, a big, thick dictionary, a good one, and you look up the word dinosaur, whether it's Merriam-Webster or another dictionary like that, if you look up the word dinosaur in an old dictionary, it might actually give you a definition of, like, any of a large group of reptiles, either of the orders Saurischia or Ornithischia, that lived during a certain time. And it might even have a note like, this is not a proper taxonomic group, not a proper phylogenetic group or something like that. Now we recognize that they actually do seem to be united in a proper clade. And they evolved from an animal that would have looked kind of like Eoraptor. I think it was Thorino, 1993. That paper there. Anyway, we now are pretty confident that dinosaurs actually represent a monophyletic group. Oh yeah. Both definitions cover the same known genera. Dinosaurs equals Ornithischia and Saurischia. Yeah. Anyway, the Wikipedia article for dinosaur is actually pretty stellar. And it's got that featured article star there too. Wikipedia might be not great when it comes to certain subject matters, but when it comes to dinosaurs, Wikipedia is pretty tops. It generally is really up-to-date, accurate information, really well written. Wikipedia actually is an excellent source of information on dinosaurs. The best single source of information on dinosaurs that I can recommend to anybody is Wikipedia. And as a dinosaur paleontologist, I'm very grateful for that fact. Wikipedia as like a collective endeavor done by volunteers benefits from the fact that people love dinosaurs. There are lots of people who are willing to put in hundreds or thousands of hours of work for free, combing the scientific literature to create really, really excellent articles. I think the quality of the dinosaur articles on Wikipedia is a consequence of dinosaurs being so charismatic. People loving dinosaurs so much. So yeah. Yeah. And Diagonal says, you can tell which subjects have dedicated editors. Astronomy, dinosaurs, and opera. Opera in music or Opera the web browser, Diagonal? Or is it an operating system? Yeah. Oh, and Miss Hire says, was this ascertained by finding more fossils that show evolutionary variation? Yes, and showing a common ancestor, too. Or, like, critters close to the common ancestor, Miss Hire. And why Triceratops and not some other animal? Because Triceratops is A, really well known, and Triceratops is B, one of the end members of the group. So Triceratops is one of the very last of the non-avian dinosaurs. Triceratops existed at the very, very end of the age of dinosaurs.
The history of life, it's very quirky, fortuitous, chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
Hi, peace, smoke.
Good fortune for us. Thank you, Jayco, 5,000 for the 7 months of support right there. Thank you. Appreciate that. So yeah, so Triceratops is one of the critters used in that definition because it's really well known, and it's one of the last dinosaurs. And it's also an ornithischian, so it's on the opposite side of the family tree from birds. So here, Triceratops is one of the last of the non-bird dinosaurs, and it's smack dab on the opposite side from modern birds. Because birds evolved from the so-called lizard-hipped dinosaurs. Not from the bird-hipped dinosaurs like Triceratops, but from the lizard-hipped dinosaurs. Those terms, Saurischia and Ornithischia, were named before we recognized that birds are dinosaurs. So they're misleading. But, yeah, does that make sense? I hope it does. Anyway, good stuff. And with that having been said, we've got a pretty nice list of, we don't have 10, but we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's not too bad for a live stream full of tangents and rabbit holes and all kinds of stuff. I think it's pretty good. So I think we'll do today's Metazoa tomorrow, Golganek, because I gotta wrap this up. Without further ado, there's a Smilot on there. We were talking about saber-toothed cats and other critters, saber-toothed other critters also. Is Science Streams on yet? Yes, indeed. And Lita is on there too. We're gonna go raid into them and continue the science love here. Raid, Science, Streams. Same time tomorrow? Yeah, Ungoy. I should be streaming at 2 p.m. California time tomorrow. I will be streaming tomorrow, a rare Saturday stream. We will be talking about St. Patrick's Day and how St. Patrick did not actually drive the snakes out of Ireland. Snakes never existed in Ireland. We'll talk about why. We'll talk about biogeography. We'll talk about why certain critters live in certain places, but not in other places, and why it's important and how we can figure that out. It's going to be a fun biogeography special tomorrow. So I hope you'll join us for that. Thank you to everybody whose names are appearing here in our credits. Thank you, everybody. From those stalwart moderators, to the raiders, to the quiet lurkers, to the cheerers, to the gifters and subscribers, and everybody else. Thank you for helping make these streams what they are. Thank you for making this possible. I appreciate that more than you know. Without further ado, we're going to go right into Science Streams and, do the new species roundup, see what scientists Balint and Lita have to say about latest science news and all that good stuff. Have a good weekend, everybody. I hope to see you tomorrow. Take care. Let's jump in.